I am here. 16 minutes late. Properly late. How goes things and stuff? Today, I'm playing Farming Sim. I sat there before stream started agonizing over what of my many games I wish to play today. And alas, I could. Oh, hey, thank you. This is yeah, I just decided to go with the tried and true. How you doing, Michi? It's good to see you. Thank you for the sub. It's very kind. I appreciate it. Also, good job on the first redeem. Well done. And Dragon, hello. But yeah, no, I was sitting there trying to figure out if I wanted to play a lot of different games, and ended up getting kind of stun locked before before starting stream. And just sort of decided to go with the game that I've been playing recently, instead of sitting there for another like 5 minutes deciding. See, if it's 1 or 2 games, it's pretty easy because I can flip a coin. But if it's like a million, then what am I gonna do? Crazy, strange, a decision difficult to merit making over a quick period of time. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Anyway, I'm here to play Farming Sim 25. Last time I played, I don't remember what happened because it's been a long time. It's probably something. Oh, I bought a gigantic truck and then learned that I couldn't actually like auto load stuff into it for some reason, and I was really annoyed by that. Which is fine, but annoying. I don't know, I'm looking... I'm sorry, I'm reading information. Sorry. I looked at the emote, but I didn't comment on it because you didn't do the redeem. I have no desire to address emotes about being new or otherwise. Oh, hi, Michi. You're not new, but hello regardless. See? Well, there you go. Oh, wow, what an emote that says basically the same thing. That's very cool. Wow. What are the odds? It's crazy. Anyway, no, it's very funny that exists. that emote's really hard to see. Oh, you have a NASA. You have a NASA pin. That's cool. I didn't realize they were giving those away. I guess it must have been live streaming to Twitch. But yeah, I was trying to figure out if there's a way to like auto load the pallets, because that's like the thing that takes the longest when I'm playing. But I don't mind doing it. It's just that it takes a while is all. It sounds like I might have to drive up next to the loading zone for it to work, which is going to be difficult. It don't matter. It don't matter. But no, I did see the emote. I just didn't think to comment on it. My mistake. You're gonna fall asleep to YouTube tonight, but this is better? Cool, thank you. I'm falling asleep with someone's stream open and getting dropped into random raids. You got so many gift subs from random raids, that's fun. Yeah, I need to raid more often, but I just can't. I either forget to raid or I just don't think about it. Like, or I get like kind of self-conscious. Not self-conscious, what's the word? Shy? I don't know if shy is the word either, but like, I don't, like, I get anxious about raiding. Like, I always kind of like think about it, but then I'm like, well, you know, maybe some other time. Maybe next stream I'll raid, but I never do. I really should raid more. But most of the people that I follow aren't streaming at this time, unless it's like Hazza or Vinsanti or Oscat Dad. And sometimes I don't really want to raid into like various streams if they're like too, if I know the game they're playing is too like aggressive or whatever. You know. Supposed to be able to see? Can you not? Oh no, you mean like, yeah, it was on my title screen. You weren't when it was on my title screen. Gift subs to random people means access to so many emotes. Yeah. That's fun. I like that. Okay. It's June. Was there something I was supposed to be doing in June? I think maybe my wheat was gonna, or my barley was gonna be grown. This needs lime. It's ready to harvest though, so I gotta rent the equipment to harvest my barley. And then sell it in a couple of months or sell it straight out. It's kind of a tough one because prices was correct. Because it's pretty cheap here, but I don't want to hold it till December because I have to find a. Oh no, I did buy a silo, didn't I? Where's my house? My hut. Where's my silo? I bought a silo specifically for that. There it is. Yeah, there's my silo. Okay, so I have a silo. And I have stuff. So I need to just... So many greenhouses? Yeah. I got cabbage. I got onions. No, garlic. And then I got onions right here, I think. Yeah. But I also got chickens over there, but they don't produce much money. They just exist to have fun. Hello, chickens. How you doing? I like to hang out underneath their little house here. You want ducks in real life? Ooh, fun. Do ducks lay eggs as often as chickens do? Or are they one of those animals that lays eggs only when they're fertilized? How... Okay, so what do I want to... I guess I just want to rent the equipment. It's going to be really expensive, but it's the only way I can do it, so I have to. And I'm not going to make any money off of it, which is a real shame. Let's see, barley. Is this the cheapest harvester I can get? Combine harvester? I think it might be. I'll check the actual shop, though, just in case. $104 is indeed the cheapest. Okay. Well then. We'll lease that out. It's $2,000. That's fine. We'll need the header as well. Wait, did I buy a header? I think I might have bought a header in anticipation. Where did I put it? Is it over there? Is that a header? No, that's my tiller or whatever it is. Okay, I didn't buy a head. I just bought a lawnmower. Okay, so we still need the head as well. Any of these should work, but they're different, like, sizes. I guess it's a really small field, so the cheapest head should still be good. Okay. Ducks and goats, maybe some sheep and an alpaca. Maybe. Do they live in the same, like, environments? Oh, I didn't realize I was getting stuck on that fence. I was like, what the heck happened? I can't lift it any higher, so to be a bit more careful. Okay, so it's the second or the second field over here. It's very small. There's no way I'm gonna make money off this. Duck's lay eggs similar to chickens, but they aren't bred to have the high output of laying hen. Okay. You want acreage? Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Don't we all? Well, maybe not. I actually prefer, like, city living. I wouldn't be opposed to having, like, a home in the, like, you know, with a big backyard or something, but yeah. Alpacas and sheep getting soggy in the duck pond. I feel like that would really cause problems. Having to, like, shear the sheep regularly, but they're always, like, wet. Can sheep swim? Or does their wool kind of cause them problems, do you think? Ducks are lovely creatures, but wear gumboots. They really only be sheared once a year where you're at? Okay. And the wool can be sold. Well, very good. I missed a single one right there. Oh, I should probably also, that was an accident, tell my employees to do some stuff. Oh, actually, never mind. There's nothing for the employees to do. Well, I guess I could do this. A hoeing contract? I think I have... No, hoeing's for weeds. I don't have anything that can get rid of weeds. How much does, like, a bundle of wool sell for? Is it worth selling, like, 1 or 2 sheep's worth of wool, do you think? I mean, it would be. I mean, it'd be worth selling anything, I suppose. If they... Field 48. Field 40. Well, it's not quite where I wanted to click, but what's going on? What in the hell? There you go. Better than nothing? Yeah, no, for sure. I was just curious if it's like $100 or if it's like 10, you know? They eat less than cows and their milk is better again? I've never had sheep's milk. I didn't realize it was better. I'm talking about goats, perhaps. You say goats, sheep, and alpaca. Duck milk. Oh, of course. Also depends if you take the time to clean and process the wool. Yeah, I suppose. That makes sense. You reckon you'd learn how to spin it? That'd be fun. Make some, like, some wool yarn, knit like a sweater or something. I got to the second stitch of my knitting, but my wrist has been hurting recently, so I haven't really been doing it. But I have 15 stitches, and I got to the second one. No, the second line of my stitches. Whatever the words are called, I don't know. So, you know. Oh no, I got to the third, actually. Second row. I got to the third row. It's a huge mess. It looks terrible. But it's, you know, it's there, it's done. It's doing. Hey, Obert, thank you for the sub. How you doing? I'm talking about knitting. And how bad I am at it. And also that I don't understand how to make it not bad. You meant sheep's milk? It's the really rich, whole cow's milk. It's like really rich, thick, whole cow's milk, but makes the creamiest butter. Oh. Yeah, I haven't had any before. I haven't had goat's milk either. I've always wanted to try goat's milk, but I've been told it was like kind of an acquired taste, so I haven't. I've also heard that it's better, like it's less aggressive for lactose intolerance, but I don't know if that's true. I don't know why it would be true, but I have heard that it's better if you're lactose intolerant. Goat's milk. The making it not bad part is mostly practice, keeping the tension uniform. Yeah, I mean I'm sure, but I don't know how to like do that because like every time I wrap a new stitch, it just sort of like comes tighter or looser, and no matter what I try to do, it always ends up being like just sort of different. Also, it might be partially because my wrist isn't like hurting too. Like I said, maybe the reason my wrist is hurting is because of the knitting, because it's a really weird motion that I haven't done before. But it's not like an aggressive motion. It's just like positions I don't usually hold my wrists in for any extended period of time. But it's only my left wrist that hurts. I think it started around the time... Well, maybe my wrist started hurting a little bit earlier than that. I don't know. But yeah, my left wrist hurts. For some reason. And it has been for a few days. But I don't know when it started, because I wasn't really paying attention. I had thought maybe I just slept on it wrong. But it's lasted a couple extra days, more than I expected. It's not as bad as it was, but it still hurts. I also have this horchata that I haven't been drinking. How embarrassing. I should probably stir it before I slurp it. But. I decided to use more water and less horchata to see if it fixed the sweetness issue, and it does not. It just makes it more watered down. The thing is, it still tastes good. It's just a little too sweet for me now. The other horchata brand was better. But this was just so much cheaper. Hello, Bert. You're not new, but hello regardless. You're not new either, Michi. How dare you? You're not new either, Dragon, but hello regardless as well. Goat milk tastes like skim milk in the edges going off to you? That doesn't sound good. Took you several projects to figure out your tension for crochet, and now that you haven't done it in years, you'd probably have to do some projects to figure out again. I knew how to crochet. I knew how to crochet a long time ago. I think I was pretty good at that. But knitting is just a different beast. Completely. Is this something I've tried making from scratch, the horchata? No, I don't feel like I don't have a reliable way to like grind up the rice, and I don't have cinnamon sticks. I don't want to just use like ground cinnamon because it apparently makes it flavoring different. I don't know, and I don't want to. I don't have like, what is it? There's a couple other things you need to chuck in there. I don't have it. And also, I've never been like comfortable baking things that aren't like meat, you know, not well like food, I guess. I have this weird like sort of, I'm just worried I'll burn the rice or something. I don't really want to have a problem with that. But like you're supposed to like, you're like, yeah, I don't know, it's whatever. But no, I haven't. Crochet, you'll never pronounce it the correct way again. It's so much better. Yeah, well, I'm glad. I'm glad my misspeaking has has helped reinforce a new bad way to say it. Can I like just pipe out over there, or do I have to actually get closer? Maybe I'll just go in there. I don't know how much my silo can hold, but I imagine more than 6,000. Okay. Let's go ahead and return the combine harvester in the head. If I don't make like 2,500... It's weird. I can't move my mouse and my map at the same time anymore. I feel like I used to. Oh. Okay, so yeah, if I don't make 2,500 in December, then I won't make money on it. I do need to get my tracteur. Contract finished. That was fast. Dang. Ooh, a baling contract for 17 grand? I'd be silly not to take that. Do you play with crop destruction on? Yeah, I do, but I haven't actually like planted any crops yet. So, it hasn't come up. I bought that field a couple streams ago, and it was already planted. I just let it grow. But yes, it is on. It's a terrible driver. You have to play it with it off. I I imagine I'm not going to do very well with it. But I figured I may as well keep it on just to see how it goes. And if it goes very badly, then I'll turn it off. Because I am playing to have fun. I'm not playing to struggle and have a bad time. Do I have auto drop? Does this have auto drop? It doesn't have auto drop. I guess it just drops automatically. I guess it just must drop automatically anyway. You see me back into spots on ATS. You have to use the easy drop spots. I guess. I mean, but the problem is, like, this is it is a similar vibe to the other game, but this is like much different tools, I guess, you know. With ATS, like, I can back up a trailer pretty well, but I can't like do articulated trailers. I can't do them in this either. It just immediately like mess up. And do I have to stop to bail? No, thank goodness. Okay. It's one of them good bailers. But I also have a lot of time in ATS as well. And ETS for that matter. Both, you know, American and Euro Truck Simulator I've played quite a bit. So, I have pretty good experience backing up virtual trucks. Also, you know, Elite Dangerous and Star Citizen. A lot of games where I have to pay attention to, like, where I am positionally inside of a machine. Need to remove my horchata. It's in the wrong spot, and I can't keep reaching for it because it's on my control keys. I had it positioned on my microphone. For Farming Sim 22, your husband found a mod for you to lock the hinges when backing up, which helped some? Yeah, I bet. That'd be really helpful. Funny thing is, you could back up a row of baggage, of 4 baggage carts when you worked at the airport. You just can't do it virtually to save your life. Yeah, I find it also, I mean, it does help to, like, be able to turn around and do it, and a lot of the trucks in, like, the Euro Truck and American Truck Simulator, you can't turn around, really. You can, like, peek out the window, but it doesn't always help. Like, in real life, when you're backing up, you can use the mirror, I guess, but usually you would, like, you know, put your arm on the seat and then look back over your shoulder, right? I am munching on pickles. I'm not muting myself to do it because I'd have to mute myself a lot. I don't think I'm audible, but if I am audible, let me know, and I'll stop. Why are pickles so good? Why are they like the best thing to just like have? Makes me mad, you know? They take up so much space. They're kind of expensive. But they're so good. Ah, who put this bale in front of my dang old lines? Oh, it's raining. It's a good thing I finished my harvest. You want pickles now? We don't have any? No! I'll eat this one for you, in honor of your lack of pickles. Oh, thanks. But no, I make an effort to buy at least one jar of pickles anytime I go shopping. But it doesn't last the full month. So I need to like get more than one. But they're so heavy and they take up so much space. You gotta go shopping once a month. Yeah, it's really difficult because the bus route is not good where I live. So I kind of have to shop. Well, I used to shop once a month. Now I have to shop like 4 times a month, which sucks. But I try to get as much as I can. Because the bus route used to suck, but because it took a long time. Now the bus route sucks because they moved it. So now I can only shop. Now I can only carry like a couple of bags per trip. Whereas before I used to be able to like get the whole shopping like done. But it takes such a long time that I just don't go shopping even if I need to sometimes. Because I just can't be bothered to spend an entire like 4 to 5 hours shopping because the bus route sucks. I'm strong. I am very strong, but it's more just because I'm large. I'm not strong because I'm strong. I'm strong because I have been large my entire life. You know, I'm a big person. And so my natural musculature is just big guy strength. I used to work out a lot, but I haven't worked out properly in a while. But yeah, I don't own a car, and I don't have anybody who can, like, take me shopping. So I have to use the bus, which means I have to, like, walk, like, a really long way to the bus stop, then wait for the bus if I miss it, because it always arrives early or late. Then once the bus arrives, I have to drive the bus to the bus station. And once it arrives at the bus station, the buses don't, like, wait for each other. Even if you ask, they'll be like, well, we have a schedule to keep. So the bus will either be there or it won't, and if it's not, I have to wait like another half hour to an hour for it to arrive at the bus station. Then I have to ride the bus to the store, do my shopping, get out to the bus stop, and if it arrives on time, great. If it's early, unfortunate. They don't wait. So they'll just leave early if they arrive early. And then I have to wait either half an hour to an hour for the bus to come back. So then I have to go back to the bus station. And then once I arrive at the bus station, if the bus left early, I have to wait for half an hour to an hour. So it's a real nightmare. How you doing, Org with the Bow? Thank you for the raid. How was your stream? I'm complaining about buses in my town. It's nice to be able to get around, but dang, do I hate how they keep cutting the budget for public transportation here. You had to do that to get to your college classes back in the day. One bus to the transit center, one bus to college. Yeah, it's exactly that. It just takes such a long time. But, like, when I lived in, like... I still had to do that when I lived in, like, a smaller town, but the buses would run, like, every 30 minutes or 15 minutes or something. It was every 30 minutes. 15 minutes was when I was in a big city. Every 30 minutes they would run, but now they run, like, once every hour or something like that, because budget cuts. So... I just can't. Unfortunately, I can't get around very easily. So, I used to go shopping once a month because the bus was, like, right outside where I live. But now I have to shop, like, 2, 3, or 4 times a month to keep stocked up, or else I just kind of go hungry by the end of the month. Because I can't be bothered to spend an entire day going shopping. You're welcome to Mood. Your state is getting its rail line extended. Oh, I'd love that. I would love like a Max or something. I used to love the Max. It's so nice. It's like a tram. There's a tram in Portland called the Max. Oh, it's not like a tram. It's like a rail car. It's different, but it's similar. It was like an internal sort of train line, but it was above ground and like a car, like a train car rather than an actual train. It would go between like the boroughs in the area. It was really nice. TriMet, yeah, lovely TriMet. You said you need something like that. TriMet was so nice. Not to mention cheap. Holy crap. You could pay like $5 for a month. Like, oh my god. I'm exaggerating, but damn, it was really cheap compared to like a bus pass in my current town. It looks like a tram. You'd call it a tram? Yeah. I call it the Max because that's what it's called, but it is like a tram. Like 2-hour drive to like 45 minutes depending for yours. Dang. Yeah. That's the day. Public transportation is really nice. I love public transportation, but dang, I wish it was more accessible where I live. You know, I'm visiting Portland soon to see an art museum. Ooh, nice. Very nice. If they still have a restaurant called Kale, I'd recommend going there. It's a Japanese curry restaurant. It's really good. I don't know if it's still there, but it was really good when I went there. You have the Vine bus, which gets their own lane. It can control traffic lights. That's awesome. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I wish I was like in a bigger city. Like I don't love living in, like, the thing is, like, I really like living in big cities because it's so convenient. Like, I could walk to a store, I could take the tram, you know. The buses run every 15 minutes. Like, it's never, like, impossible to get somewhere in a reasonable amount of time. I don't like it because it's loud, and there's a lot of people, and it's kind of frustrating when you're, like, waiting to do something, and people are just kind of, like, always in the way and doing whatever. But I would take living in a big town over a small town any day. It's just that it's so prohibitively expensive to live in a big town. Or a city. Yeah, if it hasn't changed, Kale is right next to the like right next to like a big plaza area with like water features and stuff. It's really nice. It's in downtown though, so you know, kind of busy. There's only 2 routes for it right now though. And neither are useful for you. Ah, it's a shame. They're working on a 3rd line that'll run right outside your apartment. You go to the nearest transit center. Ooh, good. But they won't be finished with construction until summer next year. Well, dang. Swings and roundabouts, I guess, you know. Hopefully it becomes useful eventually. Sorry, it's not useful yet. Hopefully it's not too disruptive. Oh, yeah. Yeah, loud construction would be rough. Jameson Square? I don't remember. It's been too long. I remember walking from Kale to the water feature place I was at, that we hung out at, and there was like live music playing there at that night. But I don't remember. I didn't have I was in Gresham when I lived in Portland, mostly, so I didn't go to downtown that often. So I don't know. I don't know much about the inner city. off the waterfront. If you found it as your list of places to go, cool, good, good, good. For a definition of a tram, what makes the Max not a tram? When I think of a tram, I think of like something that sort of rides along like the road, like, but not like the tram has like a separate line for itself that like leaves the road and like goes around like a train. It's sort of an expressway. When I think of a tram, I think of like a streetcar that like is hooked up to like power lines above it and it goes down the middle of the street, kind of thing. I don't really know what the actual differences are, but when I think of a tram, it is not quite the Max, but it's close. I haven't been to those locations I mentioned in around like 8 or 10 years. So I don't know if they're still there. I don't know if they're still good. But I remember liking them. The tram in Portland is the air elevator thing to OHSU? I don't know. I never went over that way. I sort of, I didn't have, like, the luxury to, like, wander around and look for stuff. I sort of was isolated to, like, these, just, like the central library was about as far as I would go into town. And, that was, like, just sort of a place I would go for fun sometimes, but not an actual, like, place I would often go. I'd occasionally go over to Beaverton to visit my then partner, but that was I never really explored. I didn't live there a super long time, so I didn't really get a chance to check around what was going on. Oop. That Beaverton definitely doesn't sound like a real place. Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of a funny name. You Googled it? Guess it's more than just OHSU, but that's the only time you've used it. Cable car in the sky. Oh, cool. Yeah, I don't think I've ever used it. I don't remember ever using it. I don't think I've ever been to OHSU. My older sister used to go to Dornbecker's Children's Hospital when she was very ill. Early on, when she was like 8 or something like that. So maybe if it existed then, I might have used it. It's a good hospital. Yeah, I've heard good things. And I loved like hanging out there. They had like computers you could play with, and like a big old courtyard with like bronze statues of like fish and things that I always liked thumping on because they made fun sounds. I met a lot of, it's kind of sad. I met a lot of like terminally ill children there who were very, very nice and very friendly, and they were good friends for the time I knew them. And I have fond memories of Dornbecker's. But yeah, I need to, I gotta try I gotta figure out a way to get around my town faster. I could maybe figure out a carpool situation if I can like contact like the right people, or maybe there's like a ride-sharing program somewhere, but I can't imagine it would be like helpful. I don't know. You know, like, hey, can I get it? Like, because, you know, like, a lot of times ride sharing is, like, done out of generosity, but sometimes it's, like, you're meant to sort of cycle through rides to save gas or whatever. So you're meant to, like, you know, oh, this week I'll host the ride sharing. This week I'll host the ride share, that kind of thing. but I don't have a car or anything, so I can't do that. I don't really have any money like to spend on gas anyway. So I don't know how I'm gonna get around. I need to if I get into like better shape, I could probably just walk the several miles I have to go to get to the store, and then just walk back with all the packages several miles away. Not ideal, but it would probably take less time than riding the bus. Or I could like walk there and then take the bus back or something, you know? That way it would like cut down on half. That way it might take the same amount of time, but it would like, you know, make the effort a little bit less tedious because I'd be walking instead of sitting in a bus getting sick. That's the other bad part about going shopping is I get really, really like car sick in buses. So like it just knocks me out for like the entire rest of the day when I get off the bus after being out and about for hours and hours. Ugh. The Max is considered a light rail? Oh. Used to ride share with a coworker who couldn't drive. They just split gas with you each week. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, I figure if I had like a proper job that wasn't art, making art for people on the internet, then I think it would be, you know, I'd have coworkers that I could like ask for help or whatever. But I don't. So, you know. What's the other job that I had for? I think it was another baling contract. I could probably just take that and use this machine to do it. If I stop harvesting right now. Let me finish up with this. Finish up with this load. Hopefully it doesn't complete it. See if it lets me. If it doesn't, then I'll just have to cancel the contract. We got a hoeing job here as well. Maybe I'll send my employee to do that. It's only worth a little bit. But yeah, like I said, I wish my public transportation was better here. I don't know why they've decided to like cut funding so much to our public transportation. You're borrowing the equipment? Yeah, just for the contracts I borrow equipment, yeah. Because I don't own any of the stuff myself. I had thought about trying to play without borrowing any equipment, but I did that with a friend and it was really hard to do because it took forever to get anything done. It's a fun challenge, but for doing it on stream, on my relaxing game day stream, I've decided it'd be better to just do it that way by just renting the stuff instead. You think if you wait to complete on the contract used to borrow the equipment, you can keep it however long? I don't think you can. You can keep it, but I don't think it works. I think it'll like say like, oh, you can't work because it's the contract or whatever, you know? Oh, bale's loaded. I'm not sure I'll be able to use it. But like I know that it doesn't return the equipment, but like if you're like mowing a lawn, it stops working, I think. But maybe it doesn't. Maybe I'll try. I'll try it real quick and just see. You might be right. This isn't going to be like the full bale, though, unfortunately. So I'm just going to be taking the bale over to the other person's field. As far as I know, I can't, like, remove the stuff from the bale. Yes, the contract's done, so now I can't remove any of the grain from this. I can lift it, so I can still drive it, but I don't know how it'll work. Thinking of 22, you haven't played for 25? Yeah, we'll see. I don't know how it works. It's worth giving a shot, too. I'm out of pickle. The sad day. I could get more, but if I eat more, I run out sooner. Ooh. And the sooner I run out, the more the sooner I have to go shopping. What a conundrum it truly is. I really should just buy like 2 or 3 jars of pickles and just put them like on, like in the cupboard or something. Because I freaking love pickles. They're like my favorite thing to snack on. They like always hit that craving, you know? Like I don't even need to eat like a lot of them. I just have like a pickle when you're like get a little bit of a munchies. And then you're set. I don't know why, but should learn how to make your own. But I'd have to buy cucumbers, you know. Because I mean I can grow cucumbers. I got like a little bit of garden space, but not a lot. Not enough to make more than like a single jar of pickles a year. Lighter than the jars of pickles. That's true. Well, I mean, it depends on how heavy the glass is. Also, you have to get... I buy like small pickles because I can just like eat one real quick. Like, just pop it and crunch. Whereas cucumbers are usually quite large. But it's certainly an option. Oh, it does work. Oh, would you color me not terribly surprised, but surprised. A little surprised. Yeah, I mean the glass from the jars is clearly like part of the reason why pickles are such a pain to carry, but like there's also liquid in there, there's also the pickles themselves. So carrying cucumbers instead would still be kinda heavy. In the summer you get cuked. People grow so many cucumbers, they'll leave a bag of them on your car. That's nice. There's like a farmer's market, like not nearby, but near enough that if I took the bus I could get there. And I think that in the summertime that'll probably have a lot of vegetables at reasonable prices. So it may be worth checking out. I missed some of it. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Okay, we're fine. The equipment is working on the baling contract. It is. Yes, yes, yes. I've recently been trying a game called X4 Foundations. I had wanted to play it on stream a long time ago, but it was like really incredibly dense, and I didn't want to risk it because I wasn't sure I'd actually be able to do it because it's so... There's so much there. And so I've been playing it on my own to like try to get the handle on it, see if I want to play it on stream, and I don't like it that much. I mean, it's not bad, like at all. It just feels like there's not much to do. But it's been sold to me as a game that's like, and I know I do this every Sunday stream, and I'm so sorry, but I'm going to talk about Star Citizen. So, when I was like playing Star Citizen, I was like, dang, this game's fun, but I do wish it was better, more complete. You know, I wish there was more to do. And this is a while ago, obviously, because it's much more complete than it was now. So I was playing Star Citizen, and I'm like, man, I wish is there any games that are like this, but like more complete, or there's more stuff I can do in it? And they're like, hey, you should try X4 Foundations. It's like Star Citizen if it was complete. And I'm like, oh, interesting, okay. And I like looked at the reviews, and people are like, oh my god, this is like better Star Citizen and better Elite Dangerous. And I'm like, whoa, okay, this is like a proper game people really, really like. And then it's like, oh, it's like if you combined EVE Online with Star Citizen and Elite Dangerous, it's amazing. I'm like, oh wow, this is really high praise. And so like I bought it, and I was like, okay, I'll give it a shot. And then I like launch it for the first time, and it's like, you should do the tutorial. And I'm like, okay. And I start the tutorial, and all the controls and all the animations and all the voice lines and behavior of the game are so clunky and incomplete and like lazy. Not lazy, that seems a bit harsh, but like they're very much not refined, you know? Like it is not it is not comparable. It is not a better version of the game. Why am I not? What's going on here? Turn on Baylor, lower Baylor. There you go. Why is this not picking up? There you go. There we go. There we go. Okay, got it. Anyway, so I bought it on sale, so it wasn't terribly expensive. It's not a huge deal. But like I was just like really annoyed because I'm like, I bought the game because people were insisting it was just a better Star Citizen that had more to do and was better, and I'm like, okay, whatever. So I put it down for like a couple of months because it was so dense and kind of felt really clunky and kind of not very fun. And like the tutorials were really slow, and it felt like every button was like mapped to like a bunch of different things that didn't need to be. And then fairly recently, they're like, oh, they're revamping the flight system. The guy who worked on Star Citizen's flight system is going to work on X4's flight system. I'm like, whoa, okay, maybe things won't be clunky anymore. So I went back to it, and nope, it's still really clunky. I've been giving it like more of a shot though. I've been like actually trying to play it and see if I can give it like a proper go. Be like, maybe I was too harsh on it, maybe I was too judgmental. But it just isn't there, you know? Like it doesn't have anything like it doesn't feel like, I'm sure it's good for the people who like it, but it doesn't have that sort of handcrafted like love to it, you know? To me, it kind of just feels like really not polished in like a way that like Elite Dangerous and Star Citizen are. And one of the biggest gripes I had with Elite Dangerous was you couldn't walk around your ship. You only had your cockpit to look around in, and X4 also has that as a problem. You can like look at your ship from a distance, but you can't walk around it. And I guess what I was looking for was like kind of a simulator game in space as a pilot. But Elite Dangerous is more of an arcade ship shooter game, and X4 is kind of more of a spreadsheets game, you know? And so I was really sad to find that like it just doesn't scratch that itch that I had for games that I was looking for. But it's like, it's genuinely not bad. It's just like, just not what I'm looking for, and I'm really sad about it because I was like really excited to like find a game because people were like singing its praises. But I think the thing that they were singing was I think that they were just saying it's better than Star Citizen because Star Citizen has been in alpha for 10 years. That means it's a bad game. I don't think they were saying it's better because I don't think they've ever even played it. I don't think they've experienced Star Citizen. I think they're just comparing space game to other space game because it's nothing like Star Citizen at all. It's definitely does not have the polish that Star Citizen has. You thought EVE was Spreadsheet Simulator? That's what I mean. Yeah, no, it's like a mix between EVE and Elite Dangerous. Like Elite Dangerous is kind of arcadey, and EVE is like a spreadsheet. So like X4 is kind of like a mix between Elite Dangerous and EVE, where it's like a spreadsheet with like sort of an arcadey feel. But I don't know. It's just not doing it for me. Like I'm genuinely trying to enjoy it. I've been like putting it up in the background and like tabbing into it like every like 30 minutes when I'm working just to like give it another like 15-20 minutes to play, and I'm like, I don't know, it doesn't feel good. It's like nothing. I have nothing really bad to say about it other than it just kind of doesn't. It just feels really clunky. Like it's otherwise just like perfectly fine. It's like a very 5 out of 10 game, and that's all I have to say about it. Like, can you not just play Star Citizen? No, I can. Star Citizen is just like really intense on the PC. They're updating it all the time, and so it regularly gets more and more stuff added to it, and my PC is not getting updated all the time. So that's all. That's literally it. Also, Star Citizen is updating, so they're regularly like resetting your ships and resetting your money and stuff. So any progress you make, because it's still an alpha, so if something goes like horribly wrong, they'll reset everything, which hasn't happened in a few years. But it will happen eventually. But yeah, no, the reason I just wanted to play something different was because I wanted a game that wasn't requiring me to update every week to play, and didn't require me every single week to go to my ship and do that thing I did. I don't know if you were paying attention when I was playing. I think you might have been... Were you asleep when I was doing it? I think you were asleep when I was doing it. But I played Star Citizen on stream like a week, like 2 or 3 days ago, a week ago, whatever it was, just to see if it would run on stream, or if that was an issue I was having with the OBS itself. It was crashing it, but it ran for about an hour. Anyway, the first 15 minutes of the stream was me going to the ship terminal, pulling the ship out of storage, going into the loadout menu, fixing the loadout, and then putting the ship back in storage, pulling it out, and then flying it. And I've talked about it before, Star Citizen's like a game that doesn't really respect your time, but that's only really because it's in early access, and they keep on resetting things and changing things to make sure it's running correctly how they intend, which is very frustrating as somebody who doesn't really want to be a playtester but wants to enjoy a space game. But I am technically a playtester because I'm playing their alpha, you know? So things just keep getting reset and changed a little bit here and there, and it's just really frustrating to go into the 10 different ships I have every time I want to play and change all of their equipment individually to match what I need them to have. And sometimes the equipment gets deleted because they've changed its stats, so they had to update the equipment in the code, and that deletes it, and then there's a new equipment there that's the same but a different name or whatever. So you have to go rebuy it, which means you lose the money you had spent on it. So something that costs 200 grand, you just lost 200 grand. It's that kind of thing. And it's well, every 2 or 3 weeks they'll update Star Citizen, and I'll be do I really want to get on to spend one full play session equipping all of my ships so that the next time I can play it, or do I just want to wait until I have a friend who wants to play? That's it. That's all it is. The game is genuinely fun. I really enjoy it, but I hate having to keep on refitting all my ships every single time I sign in. So I was looking for a game that wouldn't make me spend a bunch of time doing the same thing every single time, and X4 didn't do it. Elite Dangerous is a complete game that has stuff to do, but it doesn't have the same vibe I want. If I wanted a simulator more than I wanted a game, and Elite Dangerous is a game. So it's fun, and I enjoy it, but it's not what I was looking for to play. Star Citizen is very much a simulator, which is to its credit, very, very good and satisfying and enjoyable, but to its detriment, takes a lot of time, and continues to take a lot of time. So, you know. I think this is a till. I'm not certain, but I'm gonna go use it on my field and see if it works. I think it might be a weeder, actually. I'm not sure. Ooh. It's fine. I didn't smash all the glass there. Don't worry about it. So yeah, that was my complaint. I've been trying to play X4. It's been perfectly acceptable, but I wish it was better. I don't have any way to bail this up. I should have bailed my own stuff. I didn't think about it. Okay, tail's good. But yeah, no, so I was playing it, and I was like, okay, I'll try doing like a mining run in X4. And I was like, okay, cool, how do you do mining? So I like did the tutorial for mining, and it took like some time. It wasn't difficult, it was just like it's just the tutorials are just like kind of tedious because you gotta like load them in, then load back to the menu, then load them in, load back to the menu. And they all say something along the lines of, this is for this, but we'll worry about that in a future lesson. And then they just continue on with what they were talking about, and I'm like, what don't mention it. Like, don't mention the thing that you're not going to talk about in this lesson. Like, it's such a really irritating thing that I hate. When this doesn't happen that often, though, so it's hard to complain about. But like, there's like in like tutorials especially, if you're not going to address the thing in the tutorial, don't address it. You know. And it did that in like every single tutorial. It's like, open your map. Here we see a lot of icons. Click on this icon. All right, we're not going to use this icon, but it's important to note that it's here. And then like 10 tutorials later, they're like, remember that thing that I told you not to remember? Well, now remember it. And it's like, just bring it up on the tutorial that it's for. Don't bring it up in like a previous tutorial that you're not going to talk about it in. It's irrelevant to that tutorial. But it did that with like every single tutorial, and it was always really annoying. So, a lot of the way it teaches you how to play is like super disjointed and hard to follow because it's like always just talking about things that aren't relevant. Explore this menu for some time, and when you're done, close the menu. Tutorial complete. And it's like, alright, man, like... But yeah, like once you get over that, it's just kind of fine. So I did a mining run to continue to what I was talking about before I complained about the tutorial. I did a mining run, and the way you do it is you sort of fly out to a location. If there's like ore in the area, it'll just mark it on your map, sort of like broadly in like hexes. And you'll be like, okay, it's somewhere in this area there's ore. And it's like, okay, cool. So you like turn on your scanner, float around, look for ore, or look for silicon, or whatever. Whatever you want to mine, you just look for it. But you can also put down like resource probes that'll give you like a big area where it'll tell you like the density of that versus like other minerals in the area. And that's I was like, that's kind of a cool feature to like be able to have a general idea of what is and isn't in this sector. And you can like leave it down, and you can like fast travel back, or like you can like, you know, warp back to it to make sure you can like get there, and you know, if you that way you don't lose any good rocks you find. And so I was like, okay, that's kind of fun. But the thing that I'm complaining about is when I started the game, you have like the option, and like this is something that I brought up on myself, so this isn't really a detriment to the game. But I will complain about the game in a little bit. One of the things that you do is when you start a new game, you pick from like presets, or you can do like a custom game. And I was like, I kind of want to do a custom sandbox game. Which doesn't follow like an overarching story, because the story is like you need to do a very specific sort of thing, and I don't want to be that. I don't want to be like John X4 who saves the universe from the alien threat. You know, I want to be a random jobber who does jobs. That's how I like playing games. And so I picked, you know, custom starts, and then it was like, okay, well, you have like 750,000 credits, and I'm like, that seems like a lot. And so I like looked at like, oh, what's a small mining ship cost? And it's like, oh, it costs 150 grand. And I'm like, okay, well, I'll take a small mining ship, and then I'll just start. And that wasn't like a mistake exactly, but it wasn't like a good idea, because the way the mining works is once you fly out to the location and you find a rock, you can blow it up by just like zapping it with your laser, and it gives you ore, but like at a lesser amount than you could get if you like precisely mined it. If you precisely mine it, it gives you a lot of ore, which is great. Also, good night, Michi. Sorry I didn't address that, but I saw you say that you're going to bed, and I just kept talking. I'm sorry. If you're still here, good night. Take care. It's good to see you. But yeah, so when you're in there, you're like, you wanna shoot like the nodes on the rock to get the more refined minerals and get more for like taking a little bit more time. But the small mining ship has a storage capacity of like what is it? Like 3,000 SCU or whatever the game's like meters squared storage, whatever it is. Meters cubed, something like that. And Hey, Barry Dreams, how you doing? And like the storage is like not enough because one rock will fill it up, right? So you go out to mine, you find a rock, you shoot it with your laser, and you fill up immediately with a small mining storage. And I'm like, that seems good. But then you go to sell the stuff, and you have to find a station that's willing to buy it. But all the stations in the game have like persistent storage, which usually, is kind of a cool, good idea. It means you have to like make an effort to, avoid overstocking and make sure you like to balance the economy, that kind of thing. So I'm in the middle of a rant. How you doing? Yeah, so like you have to balance your like how often you trade to the same station because the prices will go down, that kind of thing. That's cool. That's a cool economy thing. But as far as I've played, I've only discovered like 5 or 6 sectors, and only like 2 of them buy ore. And so I can't like sell any of the ore that I mine, even in such small amounts. And I don't want to like that wasn't a problem to begin with, but it happened after about 10 runs to the same station. It became an issue. And so I was like, dang, all right, well, I better go find a new location to sell to. Or I better start mining silicon instead of ore. But the same problem occurred in that, like, I go to a rock, a single rock, mine it, and then go back to the station to sell. And then I go to and that takes like 10 minutes. Like, it is mostly just traveling. So it's like, go there, mine, travel back. It takes about 10 minutes. It's annoying. Because you have to do it a lot. If I had to like go out and mine like 4 or 5 different rocks and then go back, I wouldn't mind it, because then I'd be doing busy work and then traveling, and it'd be like, okay, now it's kind of satisfying because I'm working to get some money. What's the game? X4 Foundations. Or this game. This game is Farming Simulator 25, but I assume you were talking about the one I was ranting about. Hey, Wandering Dragoon. You're not new, but hello regardless. So I was like, okay, maybe I'll buy a bigger mining ship, or maybe I'll buy like a freighter, like a freighter ship to transport the stuff around. Maybe that'll help speed it up. The game that I'm playing. Oh, the game that I'm playing is Farming Simulator 25. It's a game about farming. It's very fun. It's very relaxing. It gives me a lot of opportunities to rant about games. So I do it. But yeah, you can buy your own farm and stuff. It's really good. Or you could just like do contracts for like ally or like friends and stuff. It's very, very relaxing. I would recommend it if you have like a desire to just kind of chill and do a thing. You can turn it to real time as well. So like the time scale takes like actual hours. That way you never run out of time if you want to do stuff. I have it set to like 5 times speed, which is the default. It's very good. Minecraft, but with vehicles. Yeah, well, not really. But yeah, for the mining thing. So yeah, I was like, okay, I'll buy a freighter, and I bought a freighter, like a big ship that carries cargo. And I was like, okay, this will be great for transporting like the refined metal from the stations. But when I went to do that, no stations wanted refined metal. So I bought the refined metal transport, but nobody wanted it. Because it's like such a plentiful resource that no stations were purchasing it. So I was like, all right, well, I guess I'll start mining silicon, and then taking the silicon wafers to places, like to, silicon wafers to go do microchips or whatever. And that was really profitable for all of about an hour, until everybody filled up on silicon wafers. And so I was like, I'm not even like in this game yet, I'm using small ships to transport goods, and they're already filling up the space stations. What am I supposed to do to play the game? Like, everything I do makes the game unplayable because I can't trade anymore, because everything's full. And so I was like, okay, well, I'll get a bigger mining ship, because maybe that'll let me hold on to enough ore that I can go and sell it all in bulk when they run out. But I'll be able to, like, mine more than one rock, so I'll be able to, like, hold on to a lot more ore. So I bought a medium mining ship. And went to go to, like, you know, do the thing that I said I was going to do. And, actually, I might put this over in the other location. Because I think this will be better off in the, back at the farm. But yeah, I don't know, it was like, okay, so I did that, and the mining ship increased its storage by, like, 3 times. So instead of, like, 3,000 or whatever, it was 9,000. I was like, okay, cool, that'll be, like, 3 or 4 rocks. But it wasn't, it was 2. It was 2 rocks, and it takes about the same amount of time, because the rocks are pretty close to each other. And I just ended up having the exact same problem, but now I have a larger, more expensive ship that I can't do anything with. So, my entire time playing X4 has been basically just, like, zooming around looking for, like, people who want to buy ore or silicon, because everybody's full up all the time. And I'm like, alright, well, maybe I'll try combat, because maybe that's what the game is supposed to be about. And so I've bought a combat ship, and I'm about to, like, start taking combat missions to see if I like it, but if I don't like the combat missions, then I can't return the game, and I don't really like it that much. Because it's just, like, there's not enough to do. And I think the reason is because you're supposed to, like, make your own space stations and run your own, like, government on, like, a large scale. But I want to be a small scale worker in, like, a larger universe, and that's just not what the game is, I think. So I mean, I could try making a space station and, like, supplying my own stuff, but that just doesn't really feel like my kind of vibe. But I can't return the game, so I just have it now, and I've played it too long. I should have returned it when I didn't like the mining. But it's like I said, it's a perfectly average experience, but I just don't really like it. But anyway, Farming Sim's great, though. Let's talk about Farming Sim. That's much more fun. This is chill. I love just picking up random crap and making eggs and money. I do wish this was easier to work with. I wonder if I can, like, I wonder if there is a way to do this. Because there should be a way to, like, load up the boxes. I'm not sure how, though. If I, like, get close to this, does it work? Does it give me an option to do it? Unfasten the tension belts. There might be, like, a specific way you're supposed to do it. Because I've been told you can auto-load. Oh, my back doors stopped my entire thing from moving. But maybe this isn't an auto-loader trailer? I thought it was because it was like a pallet truck or something like that, but it doesn't seem to be an auto-loader truck. So I don't know. You could do one-time speed on Burnout Paradise too, but you think that requires DLC? Oh, that's weird. Lurkenberry creams, coolio. Lurk away. You didn't know you switched to Truck Simulator? Right, yeah. But yeah, I swear there was like, I thought there was like an auto-load feature to some of the trailers, but maybe it's very specific trailers. Do I play Truck Sim? Yeah, American Truck Simulator, I play it sometimes. No, none of these are super helpful. Like, there's pallets, but I'm not looking for pallets as much as I'm looking for pallet truck. Or like pallet loader. There's belt systems, which probably can load pallets. But again, not really what I'm looking for. Unless you can, like, load pallets onto, like, a separate machine attached to your trailer. Oh, these are, like, starter packs. I don't need those. Transporting animals. Planters are a special type of seeder. I do need seeders. Ooh, that's a pretty cheap combine. It wouldn't be a bad idea to buy a combine harvester at some point. And I don't know if I'd get a better option anytime soon, but I don't have 45 grand to do it with unless I sell all my goods, but I think it's low cost right now. I think it's part of the problem is I don't even know where I'd look for it, because like it clearly wasn't in. Or, well, whatever I was looking at. Sorry, I'm just trying to look at things and getting confused. But yeah, like for trailers and stuff, like I can just put stuff on there with the forklift without an issue. Like I said, it's not a problem. Semi-trailer. Tipper trailers are used to transport different crop types. Semi-trailers can attach to a tractor by using a dolly. Tipper trailers are used to transport. Yep. Semi-trailers are attached to a tractor. Off-road chassis, agricultural tanks. We're not really looking for tanks. We're looking for pallet loaders. But this can transport other vehicles. Wow. This trailer can be used to transport your pallets. That's what I've already grabbed. But it doesn't let me load pallets onto it, which is what I thought it would do. Like, I don't mind manually loading them, but I thought it would auto-load them, is what I'm saying. Which it clearly doesn't do, which is a really unfortunate situation. But it's okay. I can do it with the forklift fine. Just not what I purchased it for is all. Oh well. Kiwi Gaming Network, thank you for the follow. Very kind of you. You don't know what truck you main, but it's the 250k one. You unlock at level 24. You have a trailer, but you don't remember where your home garage is. You're watching for the Coach DLC and ETS. I have in American Truck Simulator, I have a Kenworth, I think, but I'm not sure which Kenworth it is. I don't have a trailer because I never learned how to work with them. I always thought about getting a trailer, but I never actually did because I don't know how they work. Anyway, I need to buy a seeder. What do I want to plant? What do I want to plant this season? In June, we can plant carrots, but I don't like harvesting carrots, so that's probably a no-go. We can plant green beans. Those grow pretty fast. That might be worth doing. Radishes. I think radishes you have to chop the tops off and then harvest separately, so that takes a lot of equipment. Could plant olives, but I think that requires a special type of harvester. Could do parsnips, they grow pretty fast. But I think they're a root crop, like red beets, and potatoes, which are hard to work with. I don't know about potatoes, but red beets for sure. Maybe I'll do green beans. Let's try green beans. Let's see, what does it need? It needs lime, which means we need a trailer for lime. It'll also need the seeds, and probably fertilizer. And a roller? Do I have enough time for all that? I should. Okay, we need a seeder. First of all. I don't have a seeder. Dang, that's expensive. I need a green bean seeder. Does it require a certain type? It looks like it might. Maybe I won't do it then. Oh, they're not even in here. Interesting. Huh. Vegetable planters. These are not green beans. Okay, those are all for root crops. Spinach, green bean harvester. Green beans look like that. What do I need to get to plant green beans? It must be a vegetable planter, surely. I don't need it to be, like, huge. I don't want to spend too much money. It's a very small field, so this'll do. No, that's fine. What is this? Oh, whoops, no, I don't want that. Okay, a tool to create ridges in which you can plant your vegetables afterwards. Wheel weight on the tractor are required for use. Are they required, huh? Okay. Interesting. 3 point. I wonder what that does. Oh, does it have a roller as well, or is that that's a ridge thing? I'm not worried about it. Go ahead and lease that. Okay, we have our planter. We're gonna need a roller. Dang, the cheapest roller is still pretty expensive. Lease that roller. We're gonna need the fertilizer spreader as well. Hopefully the one that has the ability to do lime as well, because the field needs lime. It's really expensive. This is not... See, the problem is, this is definitely not going to pay off with the amount of money I'm spending on leasing. But if I don't do it, then the field just sits there doing nothing, you know? What was the discounts? Discounts were... They do have a planter here. Oh, this does specify that it's 4 green beans, so maybe I need to use that. Maybe there is a specific one for green beans. Ooh, uh-oh. Ridge marker? Ah, okay. Track loosening lines. Tines. No. Okay. Fertilizer distribution unit. So it disperses fertilizer as well. That's pretty good. It's a shame I just spent all my money. Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna sell my crops. How much do they sell for right now? Probably not very much. Cabbage, whatever. What's the value? It's not great, but it's not as low as it can go. Okay, what I'm gonna do... Is there any jobs available, actually? If there's jobs available, I'll take those instead. I can't do fertilizing. There's some hoeing jobs, but that would require me to pick the job. Tedder grass, wood transport. This is probably going to be more profitable, but it'll take a lot longer. Hello, Timo Quinton. How you doing? Quinton? Hydrate. Drink the plants you grow. Drink like the plants you grow. Well, I can do that, I suppose. They grow themselves, though. I have very little input. All I've given them is a greenhouse and, well, water, I suppose. That's not really how I wanted to put that, but I'm sure it'll be fine. Yes, very, very fine. We're not going to fill this up, so I don't need to worry about how neatly I put them in. Ooh. Anyway, how's things? How you doing? Yeah, I've never figured out how to use trailers in American Truck Simulator. I've been meaning to figure it out, but I just take the jobs from the companies and it works out. You know? So I haven't really bothered to figure it out. I imagine it'll probably be a good idea, because it probably increases your profits or whatever. But I make such a large amount of money anyway from doing anything. But it's a game where you're supposed to kind of like role-play a truck driver anyway, so... You'd want to make an effort to own your own property for transport. Okay, I'm not exactly sure how much this is going to end up being. Hopefully, it'll be the 5,000 I need. I'm not taking out any loans. That's kind of that's a rule I've made for myself, is no loans. But I am also leasing a bunch of equipment, which I think gets charged every hour, or is it every day? I'm not actually sure. I don't have that long to do this. I guess I could return the planter. But I still need something that can spread lime, even if I don't keep the... Because like it has a fertilizer on it, which I guess I don't need the fertilizer, because right now I can always put it on later if I buy it. In fact, I might do that. I'm going to buy it now, and I'll put the fertilizer on it later, if I want to, because I already have a fertilizer with the lime spreader, so I think this will be a good idea to get, and just take that off, because I can afford that. And I can return the planter that I rented for $2 grand, which, you know, is bad, but fine. That's not it. Is this the planter? I think that's the planter. So what is between them? That's the roller. Okay, so yeah, return this. Be grumpy that I spent a lot of money on it. I gotta buy seeds as well. Where are my seeds at? How do I do seeds? It's in here. So we have yield improvement, we have seeds. There you go. I want green bean seeds. I don't think it matters. I think they're all seeds. There you go. I need to go purchase lime as well and spread it, but that's not urgent. Yoink. It's gonna be a shame to sell these, because I know they're not gonna be very profitable when I could wait 6 to 8 months and then sell them for max profits. But I just need a little bit of cash real quick. So I didn't make any money from my barley, unfortunately, since I can't sell it for several months as well. Ooh. Also, I don't have a way to transport the barley, I just realized. Ah, come on. It's because it's like a little downy bit right here that I need to get rid of at some point. Spent so much money, like, renovating my property to be flat, and then I left this little bit unflat. Okay. Not like that. I don't love how the game does the tools system. It does make it's cool and interesting, but it does make it difficult to do anything quickly because gotta remember which direction all the tools go. Okay. Alright, let's bring the truck over to where I'm gonna sell it. Let's go ahead and fasten our belts. Let's go ahead and close that curtain. Not that it matters. Start the engine. Well, you can't use electricity without the engine? Okay. Now. Where am I selling to? That was right. There's a harvesting job here. How did I miss that? Oh, it's spinach. It would take forever. It's also really late in the day. I'm not sure my employees could get it finished in time, because I'm not going to do it. Because it would take forever. So I need to plant these 2 days, so I have to hurry. Alright. Wrong button, there we go. Prices, it is going to be sold to the farmer's market, I guess. Which isn't too far away. That's just right down the street, yeah. I'm surprised the wheel's on the left side. Considering I'm in Europe. I'm grateful that it is, because it one of the things I always had a hard time with in games that are based in Europe is having the wheel on the other side. Just because it feels a bit awkward. Not because it actually functions any differently. Fun fact. Oh my goodness, do share. I should have taken that road. Oh well. It's fine. Just pretend I'm not going to knock that sign over. If I unfasten the belts without opening the doors, what happens? Oh, they sell. Okay, well. There you go. I made about 17 grand. 18 grand. Pretty good. Definitely would have been better if I waited until the next season, but it's fine. Gets the job done. I got what I needed. Got a little bit of extra cash for purchasing and renting. What the heck? What was that? Did I miss a tree stump somewhere? Curtain. Okay. Oh, got some more garlic. Oh, nice. Alright. Let's start planting and things. I don't know if I should... do I need to lime before I plant? I'm not certain. Maybe. I should also add some wheel weights to my tractor. I wasn't planning to, but... the option exists. I'll do it. What else like thinner wheels? Since I have crop destruction turned on. If I have the option. Wheel weights. Can I get like thin with wheel weights? Narrow tires. Rear narrow tire. Twin wheels. Wow. No. You can. You can do narrow tires. You can't do narrow tires wheel weights. I'll do narrow tires just because I think I'll need them. Double dualies is wild. Yeah. Okay. Okay, controls significantly different now. I'm pretty sure I didn't buy it with the fertilizer on it, but the fertilizer is definitely on it. So I'll put this over here first. We don't want corn. How do I switch seed? Seed. We want green beans. There you go. Oh, is the seeding spots. That's cool. Nice. Very good. I guess we'll just leave it then. Close cover. Okay, we disconnect that because I don't need it right now. Let's go ahead and grab the thing that spreads fertilizer and lime and go purchase some lime to spread. I don't actually know how much lime I need. I think I bought like 1,000 lime before and it was too much, but I also don't know. Sweden for a long time had left-handed roads, but primarily drove on the left, so head-on crashes were a bit of an issue. They just changed it overnight after much planning back in the day. Interesting. Yeah, imagine... I don't know, I wonder why America drives on the right. I wonder why... There are... like, France drives on the right as well, don't they? I'm in Poland in this game right now. Does Poland drive on the right? Okay. I don't want to fill with lime. I just want a little bit of lime. That's probably enough. Just kind of what happened. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, it's always been this way for me, so it's not like it means anything. But I imagine if I ever do have to drive in a different country, it'd be weird. Okay, this is not the fertilizer spreader that lets me adjust the size of the fertilizer. So I don't know how big it is. Pretty big, apparently. There you go. Now it's painting it. Geez, last time I tried to do it, it wouldn't paint it. It does look like I'll need more than 1,000. Sweden did it because majority of the cars in the country were one side and their neighbors were also driving the other side. So it just made sense to swap. Yeah. I guess that makes sense. Okay, so I need another 1,000 at least to finish the field out. Oh, wonderful. We made it just past. Just ran into a few things, but we got it. Now what do I do? Do I need to, like, do I need to cultivate it after I've limed it? I think I might. I haven't planted anything in the game yet, so I'm not certain. I think I do. I'm gonna grab, like, 1,200, just to be sure I don't run out. Although, I might need 1,500 in that case. I think I'll only need enough for, like, 2 more. So I think 1,000, maybe like 1,100, 1,200 should be fine. Just in case I make any mistakes. And also because I don't think I'll need more than 2 passes. I have to turn this back on because I don't know the size of the thing. I haven't used it enough. Okay. There you go. I might need a 3rd one. Maybe? No, it'll be alright. Just a weirdly sized field's all. I mean, I don't want to knock the trees over when I'm driving through, but I also don't think that the trees need to really stop my vehicle from moving when I hit their branches. Oh, come on. There you go. I'm gonna leave this turned on to use the rest of the lime, just because I need it for fertilizer, and I'm gonna use the same machine, so. And I don't know if I have somewhere I can store that, so it should be okay. Drop this off here. I think, like I said, I need to cultivate. I don't know if I have a cultivator. I don't know if my thing will work as a cultivator. What is this one? This one's mine. Okay, we missed a bit there apparently, but I don't care. Does it need to be? It needs to be mulched? No, it just needs to be planted, I guess. I thought it would need to be cultivated after being limed, but I guess not. Okay, sure, I'll just plant directly on the lime. That feels kind of strange. But the game's a simulator, so... I gotta remember this one's actually mine. I can just bring it back to the farm with me. Ooh, it's a narrow fit. Okay, I don't know how wide this is again, so I'm gonna put this on. It's a lot narrower than I thought it was. Okay. Seeds are good. Turn on the seeder. Doesn't need to be folded. Lower it. Deactivate lane. Activate lane? I don't know. Okay, I lifted it up by accident. I meant to turn it on. I pressed V again instead of B. I guess it's doing. Oops, I went off to the side. That's embarrassing. Wow, I bought a lot more seeds than I needed. Not that I really had any control over it. Like I could have bought more. Okay, we're gonna go back. Takes longer to lower it than I thought it did. Now, is this gonna cover the side that I missed over there? Or I'm gonna have to like make an effort to get it. Not that it matters, really. It's probably going to be... So it's going to be like such a small amount. So I lifted it up. Did I? No. Okay. Okay. Now we're good. I don't think crop destruction matters until the crops are growing. But I don't know. I want to try that curry that I bought, but I don't know when to make it. I'm excited about it. But also... So I know it's only going to be enough for like one meal, so I want to make sure I really enjoy it, you know? I gotta buy more spicy stuff too. I don't have enough spicy stuff. I'm planning on making some enchiladas soon as well, so I bought some corn tortillas, but I may have misjudged the amount of ground beef I had, so I'm gonna have to make chicken enchiladas, which are probably fine, but I wasn't planning to make chicken enchiladas. I always wonder if it's pretentious to pronounce stuff with an accent or not. I guess as an American, is it pretentious to say like croissant or enchiladas, you know, with like a roll? Tamal? Horchata? No, is that pretentious, or is that like fine? Spaghetti, you know? Because I could just say like, you know, enchilada. It risks pretentiousness the further you are from the actual exposure to the culture. Alright. Saying croissant is probably a bit... Well, I guess my family is French, so I think it's probably fine. I guess, yeah, living living fairly near Mexico and regularly having Mexican friends and, you know, Mexican families living nearby, I think I'm probably okay to roll my R's. The problem is sometimes, like, I'll Americanize it because I've, like, been conditioned to. And I'll say it, like, wrong, you know? So I'll be like, I'll enchiladas, like, instead of, like, enchilada. Instead of, like, enchilada, kind of, it's like a mix, you know? Like, I never mess up tortilla, but, like, or tortilla. Like, there's a lot of Americans who say tortilla. Yeah, right, get me a tortilla Kona. Yeah, but people will, like, often mess up, like, tortilla by saying tortilla. But when you like talking to people, when you're talking to white people especially, and you say, yeah, you just go buy yourself, like, flour tortillas are all right, you know. You add a little bit of, like, R, like, roll on that R, you know. They're not, like, they're all right, but, you know, most of the time you want, like, corn tortillas, you know, tortilla. When you're making, like, Mexican food. But flour tortillas are tasty. They're fine. But, yeah, tacos, tamal. Ah, it's too wide. I can't get past. Horchata. Fun words. They're fun to say as well. Name something. If you don't bet a lion with a fish, you'll never know how a rocket plays with a cooling tennis racket? What? I mean, yeah, I guess I heard it. Yeah, okay, I'll name... my rooster that I can't name. Tennis racket. I don't know what to tell you. That's a crazy thing to try naming. Like, I'm supposed to pick a name from that. I can't name anything, I don't think. I can change the license plates on a vehicle, but only, like, sort of. It only, like, has, like, 4 letters. Okay, we planted here. So now I need to roll it and fertilize it. Or fertilize it, then roll it? I think it's fertilized then roll. So I need to buy some fertilizer. What kind of fertilizer can that thing take? Was it? I think it was probably liquid. No, it's solid. Okay. Need to buy solid fertilizer. I could have bought lime here. Whoops. 2,000 for 450? That was a way better deal than I bought from the station. Dang. Okay, we'll buy the 1 bag. I think it'll probably take about the same amount, so I'll buy 1 and then see if it'll only cover half the field. Too white to roll your R's. I don't think it's think it's necessarily a white thing, but I guess the practice is how you're, like, who you live around and stuff like that. Do you need chaos in you? You having drinks to teach you something like that? That's how Dragon became a mod here. Well, Dragon became a mod here because I just sort of made them a mod one day. Because I trust them to dish out punishments. For the unruly. It's a bit further over than I expected. Wow. 2 white and dyspraxic to roll your R's. Now you need to make some fried food. Go for it. What you making? Like fried octopus. I haven't had an octopus in a long time. I did not need as much fertilizer, dang. The I don't even know where I learned to roll my R's. I just think I liked making the noise. I just liked making noise a lot, so I think that's where I ended up learning how to do it. Just practicing to myself all the time. Not for any other reason. I don't think I learned it by pronouncing words. Guess you can manage as some kind of glottal trill. I mean, you kind of get it across. It's not quite right, but it's not. You know, it could be bad. It could be worse. I need to unload the fertilizer. Can I unload it into the same bag? Oh, I didn't. I guess I can't. Gargling your R's. Well, I don't know how else to make a glottal trill. That seemed like a pretty good way to do it, I thought. To roll my crops. This is definitely going to work and not going to be a bad idea. I don't know why it would be a bad idea, other than it cost me an incredible amount of money to rent all these. And I might not even need them. You did fine. I did it fine, it's just not the sound the word wants. I guess. I don't know why I can do it. There's a lot of people who can't. Like I said, in America, you just don't have words like that anyway. I guess a lot of countries don't. So there's no reason for me to have learned how to say it or do it like that. And I can't do it as naturally as, like, a native, like, Spanish speaker or something. Like, I still have to, like... I do it unconsciously, but not, like... without efforts, you know? With words I pronounce a lot. Like, you know, tortilla. It's not so bad. But... you don't really, I mean, like, a lot of times when you roll your R's, you don't even have to do the noise. You just go, like, tortilla, you know, tortilla. Just get one of them in there. But, dunno. Okay. It doesn't need rolling, but I am gonna roll it. I don't know what rolling, I think maybe certain types of crops require rolling. Maybe that's the thing. Maybe this one didn't. I thought all crops required rolling, but I guess not. Anyway, something fun to just practice with. It's just a fun noise to make, you know? Makes the field look nicer. It's a pretty small field, though, so it's kind of hard to get the angle to do it right. I don't know how I'm going to fit it past that pole to the right there. Oh well, it worked out. This is a bit narrow. I don't need to... Oh, I guess it's because the other side is, like, right there. It's the field. The field's a weird shape. It's, like, a little bit too narrow for, like, the lines. You have to have two, like, really close to each other. There and there versus, like, there and there, whatever. These are the same distance apart, so that doesn't make any sense, but... It was more obvious when I was planting that it was, like, small. No, the crooked field. It's otherwise perfect and nice looking. Yeah, I don't know if I don't want to fold the thing in, but I don't know if I can get it around here. No, I'm gonna have to fold it. That's annoying. Okay, fold it back out now. Oh, don't turn me. No. Damn it. Get the nail back. Yeah, I don't know if you actually need to do it, or if you even will, like, improve it. Like, there's no vehicle crunching. There's vehicle damage, but unless you, like, ram something, I don't think it actually does damage. I don't know who put this telegraph pole here, but it sure is in the way. And now, in like 4 months, we'll have some green beans to harvest, and I'll have to rent a combine harvester to harvest some green beans. It'll cost a crazy amount of money. And it probably won't be profitable. But we'll see. I guess I don't really need to fold this again, because I'm going to drop it and return it. Let me check to make sure the field's all good. Weeds are growing. It needs a hoe, apparently. I don't know. Okay, I guess. Return. Oops, not reset. Return that. Return this. Okay. Need to rent a weeder, apparently. Small weeds. Small grown weeds. I don't need small grown weeds. Hoes pull out small and medium grown weeds between crops. I don't need... It says that needs to be hoed. So I guess this is the one I have to use, but... I don't... It says small and medium grown crops, but they're not grown. But I guess this is a hoe, so I'll rent it and see if this is what it needed. This is a big investment for something that's not going to make me very much money. Also, I did just roll it too, which means that I'm going to have to... I would have to re-roll it, basically, I'm pretty sure. Because this is going to pull up a bunch of the crops and stuff. Maybe it won't, I don't know. This thing is heavy. It is trying to lift the front wheels. I can feel it in the turning. Okay. How big is this? Looks to be about the same size as the roller was, maybe a bit larger. Nope, I was right the first time. Hopefully this actually does anything. I don't know if it's weeded or not. It doesn't tell me. I also didn't do any stone picking on it, so hopefully that's not an issue that I have to worry about. That's not what my crops look like. My beautiful field does not look like that, game. That was weird. Sorry, I'm looking at the music player, and it keeps pausing, but I don't know why. On this song. It wasn't pausing earlier. My internet's fine. Okay, we're skipping this song, I guess. Is it the website? Oh, it might be the website. Because this song isn't working either. Interesting. Yeah, okay. I guess the music's just done. I guess we'll go in silence then, hey? I don't know why it's not working today. It was working perfectly fine, then it just suddenly stopped. Okay, the weeding should be done now. I'm gonna pop out and see if it says that the weeding is done, because I did use a hoe. I made sure it was a hoe. Yay! Look at that. It's done. Okay, cool. But again, it's a lot of money. I've spent a ton of money getting this field set up. It is probably not going to be worth the amount of money I spent to just to get it going. But that field is good and will be ready in several months. I don't know what to do with the seeds and the fertilizer. I guess I just pick them up with my, forklift and bring them over here. Did not like the did not like getting off of the dirt into the road for some reason. I'll put it on top of this one and try to take both of them at the same time. Might work. Might not. They're bags, not pallets, so not sure how it'll handle the physics. Well, I guess they are on a metal pallet. Oh, man, they locked in. I'll put them over there, I guess. Where I have all my equipment. Begun raining. Oh, hey now. Can't open my doors. This is my shack, isn't it? It's on my farm. Or whatever. I guess I can't. Alright, well. I guess we'll just be out in the rain then, hey? Oh, it's hailing. It's not even raining. Hmm. Ow. I was kind of hoping it would sound like I was inside. I guess they are open. I hope how to get damage on the greenhouse. Yeah, it's a shame it doesn't happen that either. Like, I don't have to, I guess the greenhouse is just indestructible. I've rammed it with a forklift several times after all. The hail hasn't started yet here. I wonder when the hail's gonna start. It's pretty warm. And usually when, like, it started thundering, so I imagine at some point the hail should start too. I always have like a little bit of hail before the summertime. Oh, on my way to hit the greenhouse with a hammer. It won't work. It's indestructible, this glass. It'd be foolish to try, so you definitely shouldn't. Okay, well I finished planting for the day, so I guess I'll just go back home and skip time till the next season. I don't need any more water in the greenhouses. This one actually does need quite a bit of water, so I'll have to start doing water next month, probably. Any more jobs that I can do that aren't spinach harvesting? Also, it is in the middle of, like, rain, which does take a while. Ooh, bale wrapping's pretty easy. But it has... Oh, it's the telehandler. I don't really like doing the telehandler baling. A pretty productive first day of stream. You know, 2.5 hours. All right. What if my music is working yet? I feel like naked without the music playing. Not that I can't fill space, but... There you go. Not that I don't have extensive training filling long periods of silence with chatter, but it is nice to have a little backing track. Water actually spraying? It sounds like it's spraying. No, it's not. It's not misting, even though it sounds like it's supposed to be, but it's not. Very sad. I keep pressing tab when I mean to open my inventory. We have a cultivation. That's pretty easy. We have a cultivator, I think. So I can just do that with my own equipment. A baling contract, which I will accept and borrow. And I'll let them do cultivation. Harvesting, actually? What are the harvests? Wheat, peas. Okay, we'll do the wheat harvesting. Oh, it's 1,000 though. It takes a lot of money to like rent the stuff. Yeah, do the cultivation. We'll accept that because I have a cultivator. I think I have a cultivator. I think that there is a cultivator. Find out. Okay. Which one needs cultivating for? So you go work on 4. Do not recommend lifting the cultivator. It will cause my tractor to fall over. With its thin wheels. Even that weight on the front doesn't do enough to stop it tipping. I just need a bigger tractor, but it costs so much money to get a bigger tractor. Which field am I going to do this on? It's 90. Okay. should probably check the deals today, too. Not that I can afford anything, but... Got a corn sunflower header. That cultivator from... sorry, what do you call it? The freaking combine harvester is still available. It's a big old tractor there. It's a bit stronger than mine, but not much. I think it's a medium tractor. Yeah, that combine harvester would be nice, but it's 45 grand, and that's kind of a lot to make in a day when prices aren't good. What day am I waiting for to sell my... what is it? Barley? I'm waiting for December, which is the same time I'm waiting for my other crops, I think. My other crops, well, maybe not, actually. My other crops are in February last year. Are they staying in February this year? January. So we have December for barley, January for all my other crops. Oh, I'm not even doing barley. Oh no, I'm selling the barley, that's right. When do green beans sell, actually? August, oh damn. Well, I think I harvest in October. One of these. Green beans... I planted in June, so I think October or November? I'm not sure which one. So, it'll sell for almost max price. Provided it does grow the same year you plant it and not the year after. I guess that's a possibility that I hadn't considered until just now. Music? There you go. I still haven't decided what game to play in place of Black Book. Banner Saga was there. Ah, the music's just not working. I'm gonna turn it off. Banner Saga was there. And I can play. I only have the first chapter or whatever. But I wouldn't play them back to back anyway, so that doesn't matter terribly. I could do... goodness, I don't know. I don't want to play like a super long game, though. That's another one that I need to... So I think like maybe Darkest Dungeon is the one I'm going to go with. I don't know. I don't really know how long that is, but it's probably not like crazy long. Then I also need to figure out what to do. Like, I'm not going to beat Remnant for quite a while, so I'm not too worried about that one. But we'll have to figure that out. I don't know. Can't really think of anything. The problem with Darkest Dungeon is that I don't have the DLCs for it, which I've mentioned before. And I think that a lot of them add classes, which would make the game more interesting, I guess. But I imagine the game's probably quite solid, even without the class expansions. Like, it'd be silly to release a game that wasn't enjoyable without the DLC. I mean, there's always that as a potential option. One of the reasons I was testing X4 was because I was thinking it would be a good strategy game. But it isn't. It's not really strategy at all. You know, because I thought it was like Spreadsheet Simulator with a little bit of like arcadiness to it, but it's mostly just not a... It's not really like a super fun game. It's just kind of like a something to do kind of game. But that one's probably a no-go after all. I don't know what other games I would like to do, though. It's a big deal, kind of classless. How dare. Farmalize this farm. You need those foods and animals within those vibes. Words, 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 words. Farmalize the farm. You need those food and animals within those vibes. So we say. So say we all. This isn't even my farm. There's not even any animals here. I don't even know if they have animals in this area. The only animals I've seen, I think, are my chickens. I think I saw a pig once. But I don't think they actually have animals. If they do, they're somewhere else. Contract is done. Very good. Okay, let me check to see if there's any other available contracts that have baling. There isn't. There's a lot of harvesting contracts, but they're all wheat and peas. I don't know about peas, but all of these contracts are 2,000, which means they're going to be 1,000 because I have to rent the stuff for them. This one's 4,800. I could do the wood transport. I haven't done one of those in a while. May as well. That'll give me a bunch of money up straight away. While my my AI worker is doing the other contract before I skip the month because there's nothing to do. I want to do like all the contracts, but I don't want to do the contracts that take forever and don't pay anything. And a lot of those contracts are just like really slow and don't pay anything. Like the, oh, thanks for helping me get animals. Very, very good. No, the problem with the animals in this game is that like they all require certain things. Chickens are the easiest because you just feed them like grain, like seeds, whatever. And that makes them happy, and they're fed and productive. But like the next is like sheep, I think. Sheep are the next easiest, where you have to like feed them water and like grass, I believe, which is again fairly easy because then you can like harvest their wool and then you know you have sheep, and that's a pretty good way to make money if you sell textiles, things like that. But you have to have grass to begin with, and I don't have a field with grass on it, right? Posture check, outrageous. Fine. So then the next like one, like horses are pretty easy because you just feed them and water them, but you have to ride them and brush them daily, and that's very time consuming, but it's not difficult. And then you have pigs, I think, which are the next tier up for difficulty, where you have to like make sort of silage for them to eat or something like that. You have to like ferment a bunch of goop and turn it into like food for the pigs, and you have to water them, and that takes a lot of time and effort and like special facilities. And I think the cows require like mixed rations, mixed complete rations or something like that, so you have to get like grains and silage and something else and mix them all together in a factory to turn it into cow feed, and you have to water them and have enough space for them. So you can get a lot of different animals. It's just that some of them are much, much easier to maintain than others. Oops, this is the one I wanted. What is Minecraft? It's not, well, no, Minecraft was yesterday. But, yeah, I mean, like, you know, those are domestic animals, right? Cows, sheep, chickens, pigs, horses. So while I could do more animals, I don't have the money to buy the like facilities to maintain them, you know? Well, dang. Why'd that happen? Usually this is a pretty easy little, like, mini-game. Doesn't drop them like that. Wonder why that happened. Ooh. Why is it doing that? How odd. I don't imagine they changed the physics of the tree truck, but it's behaving differently than it used to. Like, the logs are not as, like, cooperative. When you making booze in this farm? I don't think I can. You can make, like, grapes and stuff, or, like, I assume for, like, wine, but, or, well, just for regular stuff. You can make, like, oil and things from, like, sunflower seeds and canola. But I'm not certain you can, like, make booze. You can make sugar beets as well. You can make potatoes. So, I mean, technically, if you want, you could probably... Well, that's probably not very good. Okay, I'm gonna probably have to... There you go. Okay, just leverage it out. I don't imagine Dragon knows how to make booze in Farming Sim 25. I don't... We mine, then we craft. We Minecraft. It is the way. This is Farming Simulator, right? Not Building Simulator. Yes, Building Simulator is House Flipper. That was on sale. Well, for free, not sale. That was on giveaway recently. But I've heard that it's not very fun to play if you don't have all the DLCs, so I'm not sure I'll play it on stream. I might. Haven't decided. It's a possibility. It's on the table. People who like it really seem to like it, so... It might be worth doing, but I'm worried that I wouldn't have anything to, like, compel me to play it. I kind of need, like, focus in games. I need, like, a reason to do stuff. I've heard that House Flipper doesn't really have a goal other than just make houses, and I don't really enjoy the act of making things for the sake of making things a lot of times. Although I guess I did that in Landlord Super, and I really enjoyed it, so maybe it'd be alright. I don't think this isn't big enough. They didn't give me like a second trailer for this, but this is definitely not enough space for this many logs. But I'm also not going to make 2 trips. So, we're going to make it work or we're not. How do I... Okay, fold. Teetotalers are people who just don't imbibe in alcohol or drugs. They're just clean people. They're pretty common. It's a weird word, but that's what it means. Okay, you get all the way up to here, I'm pretty sure. Oh, here. Oh, weird. Alcohol in particular, you thought? But you haven't pressed the particulars with anyone? I thought it was anything that was like mind-altering substances. Just want my character in this game, Rick Manor, to be drunk on this farm. Is my character's name Rick Manor? Didn't realize. Also, I feel like getting drunk would make it really difficult to operate my farm equipment efficiently. Oh, I didn't tell them to go back to my freaking house with my tractor, so they just left it out there in the field. I would imagine a lot of farmers probably don't get drunk on the farm. It can be really dangerous. I imagine there probably is some that were willing to, but when you're operating like mulchers and combine harvesters and tractors, I think it might be a bit risky. Kept thinking that the speedometer was a camera. Oh, in the bottom right, it kind of. Like my face cam? Oh, my face cam is just a speedometer. Well, I've got a little moon up in the corner that's kind of like a face cam. I did consider making that move with talking, but I thought it might be distracting. Nice. What am I distracting from? I don't know. Do I feel like I need to always be very, specifically, entertaining? Probably not. They spend a lot of time alone on their own properties where no one's checking that they are sober enough to operate stuff. It's a widespread problem. Is it? I didn't know. We make a moonshine? I mean, maybe. I mean, I could do that, but spinach takes a long time to harvest. This would be a very long contract for $7 grand. I might regret doing it, is the thing. Because I don't think it's worth $7 grand, but you get quite a bit of money from spinach, so could be worth doing, but I genuinely think it would take around an hour and a half real time to do. I'm not sure I want to do that. I did it one time at the start of my playthrough, or whatever you want to call it. So I don't know. You reckon it's more so in Australia? It's a boozy culture, having a beer for breakfast, etc. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. I don't think I've ever. Well, I don't know. It's definitely not very. I mean, I don't know. I think most of the time when people drink here, it's for like football games and stuff when you're in your home, or like alcoholics. I don't know personally anybody who really drinks for fun. I mean, I guess there's the party culture from when you're like in college, but outside of that, it's like there's like wine gatherings occasionally. I know that my mother would occasionally drink like wine coolers, which are kind of like juice with alcohol. When she would hang out with friends, but I don't think I've known anybody who drinks alcohol with meals and stuff. This is like a fancy restaurant. Dunno. What we harvest in Love and Peace? Well, I haven't decided. I should harvest the spinach because it is a lot of money. It just takes a very long time. And all the other stuff that is like available here, I would also have to like have my AI do. Like it would cost 1,000, so I'd only make 1,400 bucks from this. I don't know if that's worth doing, you know. But I guess if I'm busy doing this, I may as well have the AI do something inside. No space for vehicles, of course there isn't, because I... Oh yeah, my actual tractor's out in the middle of nowhere! Okay, this needs to be... driven out to the field. I'll just have the AI start harvesting the spinach while I bring my vehicle back. Okay. There you go. You're in rum right now. Isn't rum like really like a knockout drink? I know like one roommate I used to have used to really like drinking rum. And she would always be like sloshed all the time. Like passed out on the couch all the time. I assume she was an alcoholic, like but you know. Getting strong, only 75%. That's pretty strong. 75 like percent like by volume or whatever. Like beer's only like 13%, isn't it? But yeah, I don't know. I've never been a drinking person. I think I could count on one hand the number of times I've had alcohol. No, maybe two hands. I've never really cared to drink much. Where am I even going? I'm just following. I kind of missed out on the party phase, or I intentionally avoided it, so I never really had that experience in life. I don't think I'd want to anyway, but it is something I genuinely feel like I missed out on. but I was always very well behaved because it was either that or be like excommunicated from family. So I was like, all right, well, maybe not. Okay, so they should start harvesting that. I will leave this turned off here. I'll go grab my tractor and bring it back. Finally. That's overproof rum. Most of it isn't that high alcohol concentration. Where's all the rum gone? Somewhere. Probably. You won't give your tractor a hug? I mean, it's always giving me a hug when I'm driving around inside of it. Alright, so once I get the tractor back, I need to accept a second job for my employees to do while I work on the spinach field. And I guess I'll probably just like go in and out of the spinach field, because I don't trust the employees to do the harvest very well, because they always do it at an angle or whatever, and it really annoys me. Well, I guess they do the headers too. That field is so big, and I know I'm going to regret taking that job. But it does pay me extra for selling the spinach, which sells for a decent amount. I don't imagine I can, like, swap my silo to carry spinach and grain at the same time. Never tried, but I don't think it would work that way. Feels weird to have to unfold it to drop it, but I guess it does have wheels. What's that there? Did I miss a hole in my smoothing operation? Looks like it. Weird. Don't know how that happened. I thought it was pretty thorough. Can't haggle up your price. Yeah, I mean, that's part of it. Like, it's not my crop to sell, so I can't, like, unless I can put it in a silo, like I was saying. I can't, like, hang on to it for several months for when it sells for more. Because what does spinach sell for now? In August it'll sell for $6.96, but right now it sells for $6.65, so it goes up by a whole 30-some odd dollars, or euros, sorry, 30-some odd euros per liter, per ton, I don't know. But it goes up by quite a bit next month, but I can't hang on to it because I don't have a silo to hang on to it with. And I don't think that my silo here could hold more than one type of crop. Because I don't know, that wouldn't really make any sense, I feel. But maybe it can, I don't know. Right now it says barley, and I imagine... I mean, I could try. At the end of the job, I can try and take my spinach to the silo and see if it lets me drop it in. Yeah. Guess I'll just take whatever. It's so much money. 1,000 to rent is crazy. There's a bale wrapping job for that, but it's only 600 payout. Cultivating for 2,500. I'll borrow the equipment for that. I didn't need to do that. I can cultivate myself. Oh well, it's too late. I'll send my employee to do this while I go do the spinach job. Oh, wait. No, okay. I thought it was a different one for some reason. That was a different hookup. Alright, where are you going? This is for field 7. Go to field 7. Start job. Nice. Okay. You stop working. This is my job. Worker G unreachable. That's not true. Why are you lying to me? I know it's not unreachable because you literally started going to it before you stopped. There. Yeah, these things are so slow because like the head is so small. I don't know why. There must be a reason, but it's really small, the head. It might be smart to put on the guidelines just because of how small it is. Ooh, it's a lot of passes. Ooh. Also, I'm just not really good at driving the articulated trailer thing this thing has. I find it difficult to, like, maneuver correctly. I haven't turned on the actual, like, guide, but... like, the lines are there, but I haven't pressed the button to align to them. Anyway... but yeah, I should probably... well, maybe I will turn it on. I'm gonna tab out and look at, the DLC prices for Darkest Dungeon real quick. I had a friend who owned all this stuff. We used to library share, but they changed how library sharing works, so... oh, I already own all the DLC. Well, never mind then. I guess I'll be happy to play that then. I didn't realize I owned all the DLC. Ain't that swell? I suppose that'll be the game I play after, now that I've done Black Book. Oh, I own the soundtrack as well. I guess I must have bought it on deal. I forgot they had a Darkest Dungeon too. Well, I gotta see if I like the first one before I do the second one. Alright, let's go ahead and add that to stream. Good, there we go. Alright, cool. Well, that's been arranged. I didn't even finish one line before I did. Well, alright. Okay, we got 10,000 so far. That's 30%. If it is per, like, what do you call it? Per, like, ton? Or per 1,000 liters or whatever, then one load will be 30,000. So 30 times, like, 600? So it's pretty significant, the amount of money you'd make doing this. But it just does take a long time. That's, like, the only issue. It's just it takes forever. I do also want to finish up the lines along this edge, because it'll take forever to do these lines. Whereas if I go up and down, it'll be a lot easier. I still wish I had my music. I saw another YouTuber using the freaking Fable music, and I'm getting pissed. Like, how are they using it? Why is it allowed? Surely it takes your funding away, right? Like, I mean, I know the company's like, you know, bunk now, but like, surely they can't use that music legally. Like, it's copywritten. How are they using it? Like, a lot of music will like be like a lot of music will be like, okay, well, as long as you pay license, you can use it, but this is a video game from a long time ago. Like, they didn't have that sort of system back then. So how are they using it without, like, getting all their income claimed, you know? It's weird. And I want to use it too, because I like that music, but I know it's going to get me in trouble. So I'm not going to. But boy, is it annoying. Just hearing some of my favorite music from video games just playing in a random, like, video of somebody talking and being like, damn, wish that was me. Every time. It's so frustrating. Because I just don't know. Shadow Detect does not have a distinction between people playing the game and not. Maybe that's it. Maybe they get away with it because of that, but it just feels strange. And I'm not sure that they could, like, I'm not sure they would have a valid claim to the music, because the company that made the game has been disbanded. But it was owned by EA, I think, or Microsoft. I'm not sure which one, maybe both. But like, I don't know. I just feel it just feels kind of weird that nobody's gotten in trouble for it. Because I remember, like, 15 years ago, there was, like, this huge, like, legal issue where tons of people were getting, like, their videos taken down by, like, Nintendo and stuff for just having sound effects from games in it. And, like, even 10, like, maybe even, like, 7 years ago, it was this, like, big issues where, like, people were playing, like, popular games at the time, and they were using, like, a sound library. And, like, the companies were striking down their VODs and stuff, or striking down their videos, because they were using the same sounds that were, like, licensed out to the company specifically. Stuff like that. So, like, I don't know how people are getting around it now. And it maybe, like I said, maybe because Lionhead Studios doesn't exist anymore. It's, like, kind of fair use because the company's not a thing. But it was owned by EA or owned by Microsoft or something. I think it was Microsoft. Was it EA? It might have been EA. I don't know. It was one of them anyway. I think it was Electronic Arts, but I'm not positive. It's hard to say. All I do know is I wish I could play the music from the game I like on my streams and things, but I just don't think it'd be a good idea. I just have a suspicion that I would get in a lot of trouble very quickly, you know? And I wouldn't be able to defend it, because, like, I know that I'm not supposed to do that, you know? I'd be like, oh, no, yeah, no, I knew I wasn't allowed to do this, so, you know. Okay. Am I gonna go across the other way here? Probably should. But, it's maybe not. Nintendo are particularly jerks about it. Most companies are not going after streamers of their games, like, on purpose. Yeah, I know that, like, because, like, you know, there's a lot of backlash, especially around it, when companies would pursue streamers, because, you know, they're actively promoting stuff, and it's, like, proven that streamers promote games in a way that actively sort of encourages sales. So there's sort of like this, I don't know, level of understanding and allowance for stuff like this. But I know that, like, when it was like really new, there was a lot of, like, negativity around it from companies, because they're like, well, people aren't going to buy our games if they can just watch you play or whatever. But, you know, after time and time again it was shown that they actually promote sales, they kind of eased up on it. But I know that Nintendo's particularly big deals, makes a particularly big deal about it. But I just don't trust that I won't get in trouble for doing it, you know? Like, even though it shouldn't be that, like, big a deal, I just don't trust it. But it does mean that I'm mad that I can't listen to my cool sounds from a game I love from 2002 or whatever it was. Very, very sad. Streaming gets more views, gets more sales. Yeah, that's the way it is. But there's still companies that do make an effort to, you know, get you for it, or people pretending to be companies. That happens a lot. But usually they get a lot of, they get in a lot of trouble, but usually they cause a lot of trouble before they get caught doing it, you know? So... I don't know if the punishment really outweighs the damages done. But I guess it's not often maliciously done. It just happens sometimes. Which is always a shame. That people have to be buttheads for the sake of being buttheads. Because boy, oh boy, I would love to not be at risk of getting content claimed for playing Fable music on my stream. But the thing is, like, I wouldn't just have it in the background when I'm talking, probably. I would use it for, like, my intro screen, which I definitely wouldn't be able to do because I'm not playing a game at that point. There's nothing transformative about it. Even if, like, so I definitely couldn't reason that if I did get, like, got for it. It'd just be me waiting for my stream to start listening to Fable music. I could compose something that sounds like it, I guess, but I feel like I'm not good enough at making music for that to work. But it might be worth giving a shot to once in a while. I need to get, like, a better program, I think. I'm using a copy of Fruity Loops I bought from 15 years ago or something. Because now they have, like, a subscription service or whatever, so you can't like, update it. But I could probably find some better music for it. There's a lot of royalty-free music for use. Yeah, but a lot of the royalty-free music oftentimes will, like, be, like, overused because it's good, you know? And I don't want the same music that everybody's using, even though I was just talking about how I wish I could use Fable music because everybody's using Fable music. But I think there's a quality to music. Like, also Kevin MacLeod, which is one that everybody uses, started recently experimenting with AI music. And I don't want to use any of his music now because of that. But, and also, like, a lot of times it's just not quite the vibe I'm going for, which makes it difficult, because, like, I love, like, lo-fi hip-hop music. I always have it playing when I'm, like, doing stuff on stream that takes, like, effort to, like, focus on, or if I'm just, like, doing a chill stream, whatever. But, I feel like for like, my intro screen, I think I would probably want something sort of more spacey, you know? And when you get, like, space themes, they're all kind of, like, too intense. There's very, very little, like, sort of relaxing spaciness. You can get, like, ambient sounds, I guess. But, I mean, chill hop usually works out pretty well. It's just unfortunately, today, it's having problems. And I think maybe there's like a doxing issue. Not a doxing issue. A DDoS issue going on with it, because they changed how you sign in after, like, the website stopped working completely a few weeks ago, or like a month or two ago. I don't know how long it was. But the website, like, completely stopped working at one point. And then they changed how you sign into the website. Like, emails you now instead of, like, using your actual sign-in. So I think something must have happened on the back end, and maybe that's why it's still having problems, because I was trying to listen to music today, and it just wouldn't work. It worked for a while, but then stopped suddenly, so whatever issues they're having, they're probably still having. But I don't know, I don't really want to go looking for other music to play. And, like, there's, I recently, in an Onsta stream, she was playing some music from Balatro that was remixed by a Japanese artist that was, like, really good and catchy. But, like, is it okay to play that music? It's Balatro music, right? So, you know, even if it's remixed, it's like, you can't, like, copyright that as your own music, because it wasn't yours to begin with, right? Like, does that mean it's okay for anybody to use it? Because, but you did put effort into making the music remixed. But, like, it's transformative to, like, you know, sample it and then remix it, but to the point where you're allowed to monetize it or, like, claim it as your own content, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how it works. I'm not a legal expert. But I really liked listening to her, like, her stream have it. Do I need to ask permission to use it? Like, that's probably a good idea just generally to ask permission. But would I need to if the music wasn't theirs to begin with? Do they have the right to be, like, grumpy if you use it? Even though they, you know, remixed it from a different track to begin with? I don't know. Also, a lot of times you can, like, buy soundtracks for games, and a lot of times they will, like, include in the, like, license for buying the soundtrack that you're allowed to use it in your whatever. But I didn't see that with Balatro. But like you say, the detection might not be able to detect it anyway, just because, you know, they can't really detect if you're playing the game as much as just, you know, have music playing. I don't know how long peas take to harvest, but I'll send them out on a... This spinach contract's going to take forever, so I'll send them out on a job for that. The most annoying thing about knitting, I think, which is only related because I was knitting while I was harvesting just then, is that I swear I keep missing stitches, but I don't know how I'm missing them. I feel like I'm being pretty careful not to, and then just out of nowhere I'll, like, have a gap, and I'm like, what happened? Okay, I need this to go... I don't want to do that. I was going to just drive. I was going to have them drive up there, but I don't really want to do that. This one, though, this one does need to go up there. But yeah, like, there's some music that does sound like Fable that's royalty free. I have a couple of videos. I have some, like, sort of joke videos about League of Legends that use royalty-free music that sounds like League of Legends. When I have, like, tips and tricks for League of Legends or something, where I intentionally do, like, really bad... Not that I intentionally do bad, but I intentionally play a silly way. And then, like, dub over it. I don't think those were good videos, but they were fun to make. And I used a lot of, like, royalty-free music to, like, have in those. This is not the vehicle I wanted. The other tractor's the one I wanted. I've definitely used it before. For reasons, but for my stream, I don't think I want to. Especially, like I said, because, like, one of the biggest music libraries for royalty music, which is Kevin MacLeod, has been using AI recently. And even if I don't use the AI music, I don't really want to support the guy for using AI to begin with, so I don't want to use the music at all. Oh, I should have told the spinach worker to work while I was doing this. Oop, I already finished it. Put it back down. Okay. But yeah, I don't know. It's a real conundrum that I have to wonder about, because I've tried looking into it, but I haven't really put a huge amount of effort into it. Because most of the time you'll get like Reddit posts or whatever when you look up stuff from like 5 or 6 years ago, being like, no, it's definitely against the rules. Don't do it. You'll get in trouble. And I'm like, all right, well, I don't care. But then you'll occasionally get people where they're just like, you know, as long as you put credits in the you know, in your tag or your stream or whatever, it'll be fine. And I'm like, I don't know. That feels a lot like how it used to be, where it was like, in the early days of YouTube, everyone would be like, oh, you know, credit to the creator or whatever, because they didn't, you know, do the the effort to, like, find who owned a property or get permission. They'd be like, all copyright to the respective owners. And it's like, that's not how that works, bud. But, you know, I don't know. I don't know how it works, and I don't know if I care to... Like, I'm perfectly fine not using it. I just kind of want to. Like, that's all. I just kind of want to. And like I said, I can make my own music. Like, I'm able to make music. I'm just not great at it. I have a kalimba. I've got a freaking... I got my harmonica. I got a gourd, which I don't use. I got jingle bells. I got an assortment. Look, hold on. Look, I got my jingly bells. Use that. I got my gourd, which is way over here. You know, I got stuff. I can make music. I just gotta find the time and cadence, rhythm. And I can pretend I have a drum by just pounding on the table. That'll work. But I don't know. It's a tough one. Because I think I could probably reliably make, like, a 2 or 3 minute song that sounds pretty decent, but I'm not sure I could make a 2 or 3 minute song that sounds decent that, like, loops. For, you know, 10 to 15 minutes, however long it takes me to start my stream, you know? And you don't have to loop it, I guess, but I don't know if I could actually make a song that also happens to, like, flow into a different song. I could try it, like, but if it turns out bad, it's going to be really unpleasant to listen to. If it turns out good, then it's, like, kind of whatever, you know? I don't know which direction the hydraulic pulls. Okay. Surely that's close enough. Never mind. I don't know. I'll consider it. I'll think about it. It's just a matter of, like, getting the audio right, and, like I said, making it, like, not boring to listen to. Right? Because it's got to be, like, interesting enough, but, like, not... I don't want it to, like, be too... like, loud, I guess? I don't know. I don't know. Okay, I'm going to send them to deliver this themselves while I go back to harvesting. Because I'm lazy. Where's it even going? The soup factory? The canned soup factory? What is it actually called? Preserved food. That's what it's called, okay. So they should deliver it and then bring it back. Oh, actually... Ooh, was that where it wanted to go? Hold on. No, they wanted to sell this to the farmer's market. Whoops. Then I'll take over and take it to the farmer's market. Yeah, but I've been looking for, like, programs that I could use that are, like, free, but there's not a whole lot of free programs, and the ones that do exist have, like, limits on how much you can use them. Or the number of, like, instruments or whatever you can put on a track, or the number of instruments you can have in the program to begin with, right? Those are, like, the restrictions you usually get. And while that's perfectly reasonable, it's also kind of frustrating, because... I would like more. But we live in a world where people want to get paid for things, so I can't fault them for it. I also want to get paid for things. Shocker. Well, I'm sure it's fine. Just drive over the hill and through the forest. AI worker A has a full tank. Okay, I gotta go fix them up. They didn't get very far. I guess they're doing the header. Yeah, they didn't get very far. I didn't realize this was the same. Oh no, this isn't spinach, but it looks like it's got about the same amount of width to its harvest. That's not going to be high enough for me to get under. Oh no, it was. Okay, so maybe don't do peas in the future. Not that I have. I've done green beans, but now that I know that peas are similar in, like, harvest size to spinach. Oh, and that vehicle cannot hold very many of them either, dang. That's gonna be a rough one to wait for. Alright, let's go ahead and put that back down. Put the bunker back in. Turn it back. Turn it back on. Okay. Pick up my needles. Keep on keeping on. I mean, if you have, like, a straight enough line, you know, like, I wonder if farmers do stuff in their tractor while they're, like, driving. Because I imagine you don't have to pay that close attention when you're just driving a straight line. Especially if you have, like, field markers and stuff. Like, make sure you're going straight, you know? I mean, you'd have to pay attention as much as anything, I imagine. Oh. Pretty sure that one's messed up. I think I did a double stitch on it. Or skipped one, whatever. I'm using like these thick needles because I figured it'd be easier to use the thick needles for my thin thread. Just because I was expecting it to be like looser, but it's not. it's not easier. It's not harder, but it's not easier. I missed his thread there. Yeah, I think this is gonna be a nightmare because I can't really tell how. I don't know how to tell if I've skipped a thread or if I've like missed a stitch or whatever the term is for knitting. I don't know how to tell if I've missed one or if I've like accidentally pulled it off the end of the needle too early or something, you know? I just know that it looks weird. I've got a really long... Like, it's gotten longer. When I'm, like, doing the stitching, there's, like, a bit in the middle, like, after I do each like, wrap-around pull. It gets longer and longer each time I do it. And I'm not sure if that's the part that I've, like, knitted together, and it's good, or if it's the part that I've accidentally skipped, and it's getting longer because I keep skipping it. How many do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. I should have 20, so I think I've missed a stitch somewhere. I've definitely done one somewhere. I don't know where. But somewhere there's a mistake. Oh well. Riveting, huh? Listening to me talk about my knitting while you're watching a tractor drive forward over and over again. Like, I wish there was, like, a way to, like, show it, but I don't have, like, a webcam. And it's not like it's that interesting to look at anyway. And I'm sure I would pull it away from the webcam a million times because I'd be busy, like, trying to line it up. Also, I worry I'd, like, crane my neck, too. Like, right now, I lift up my arms in front of my face to do it, so I can look at the stitching. I'm not, like, good enough at it to reliably do it without like, watching intently. But I knew that this would take forever, which is why I was ready with the needles. I didn't remember how long it... I said it would take like an hour and a half, and it has taken about an hour so far. Oh, no. Oh, wait. Ah, there we go. I don't know. What do I want to eat? I'm hungry. Should have something to eat after stream. Usually I try to lie down after stream and relax, but now that I have food again, I want to eat. I could just do rice. I made some pork chops the other day. Those are pretty good. But I finished those off. I can't figure out a seasoning that I want to use for pork chops that isn't just the same seasonings I use for chicken. And they don't taste like the same, but they taste really similar, you know? If you use the same seasonings for everything, it just kind of tastes the same. So I want to try and find some way to, like, make my different foods taste different, because you know, they're good, but I can only use, you know, salt, pepper, rosemary, freaking cumin, paprika, like whatever. Whatever numerous other spices so many times, because it always ends up tasting vaguely the same. And vaguely the same is a good taste, but I would like my chicken to taste different than my pork, and I would like my beef to taste different than my... Well, anyway, I'd like my food to taste different. I don't want to keep using the same stuff, but I just... It tastes good. So, you know... I don't want to keep using the same spices, but they taste good. But I want variety, you know? My guests that I had over threw out my box of shake and bake, which I was planning to use for the pork chops. Which made me really annoyed, because it wasn't out of date or anything. They just threw away stuff that they wouldn't use in their own kitchen. They just threw out a ton of my crap, which is, I guess, part of the reason why I was out of food, is because I had guests over and I had to feed them. I hadn't considered that, but that makes sense now that I think about it. But yeah, I was really annoyed about that, because I don't eat shake and bake that often, but I was saving it specifically for those pork chops that I was making. Because it's one of the meals my grandmother used to make me all the time, which was just like shake and bake pork chops with rice. And so I have fond memories of that, even though it's a really simple kind of meal. So every once in a while, I just get a hankering for shake and bake and rice. I also really like chicken patties and rice too, because that's something else I used to eat a lot. That and like macaroni with ketchup I used to like a lot. That was a very, for lack of a better term, like, well, maybe I won't say that. It was one of those ones that people thought was strange, but I liked it. I don't really like it now, partially because I'm lactose intolerant, so I don't like mac and cheese very much anyway. Well, that's not true. I like it, I just can't really eat it. Let me actually have my AI do this while I go do the other thing. But yeah, that was a good one. Like, I really liked the mac and cheese and ketchup. Thought that was a fun combo I used to enjoy chowing down on. Didn't you just say you had a full tank? Will you stop moving? Oh, you almost have a full tank. No, the peas... Oh, that was... No, sorry, that was that was the spinach truck, my bad. Yeah, like, I don't know. Like, I don't dislike ketchup, like, at all, but, like... I sort of... Once I've, like, learned of other flavorings of things, I stopped enjoying ketchup as much. Like, I'll still have it on, like, a hamburger or have it, like, with fries, but... I definitely prefer... Oh, right, there's nobody in there. Oh, you are in there. Would you dump the crap into the bucket? Hmm? God, I hate the AI in this game. Lift the thing! Extend it a bit! Lower it! Like, come on! You have a million ways to make it so I can get the peas out of that dang thing without me having to drive around again. That little arm goes down. You can make it go out further. I know AI's worker's blocked, man. I'm working on it. Yeah, I don't really eat ketchup anymore. Well, ever since I, like, learned how to season my own food, I don't use ketchup. I don't use very many condiments. I think what I use most is ranch, and I only use that, if I'm having pizza And even if I'm having pizza, I don't use that much. And it's usually homemade ranch. Okay. Which one is my peas? Look at this! What are you doing? They're like harvesting from the inside out. Well, whatever. I'll let you finish this line, and then I'll come take over. But I always like it's hard to say because like I really like cheddar and broccoli soup, and like growing up, like my mother would always put shredded cheese on broccoli, but I always loved broccoli like as it is. Like I like raw broccoli. I like broccoli dipped in ranch. I like broccoli with a little bit, like a steamed broccoli with like a little bit of salt. Like I like broccoli like with everything. So I wasn't really needing that cheese, but there's a level of nostalgia along with it, you know. And I still love cheddar and broccoli soup. Like I've never stopped loving that, but I can't eat it now. And also, cheddar soup is hard to make not taste terrible, I find. And, like, they sell, like, cheddar soup in the store, but I always find that that's, like, the wrong kind of, like, cheese. It always has, like, a weird flavor to it, or it's, like, too thin, or it's kind of like, too, like, factory cheese. I don't know. Don't know how to explain that one. It just doesn't taste good. Like, a restaurant broccoli cheddar soup is excellent. I wish I could remember where it was, but I think maybe it was just Denny's. I don't remember, but there was a place I went to in the middle of winter with my partner after hiking through the like rainy mountains. We went back to town and just dropped into a random restaurant. And they had like cheddar and broccoli soup just on, and I was like, "Oh, give me that." And it was so good. I love a hot soup after hanging out in the cold and the rain. I miss going for like walks in the rain. The problem is like I wouldn't trust myself to do it now because I know I'd get like sick, you know. But like I used to love just like going out there in the cold, getting wet, and then coming home and like taking a shower, sitting next to the heater, and just being cozy, you know. I don't do that anymore. Firstly, it doesn't really rain here that often. It rains in the winter time, which I guess is the perfect time to get cold and wet. I suppose I could just take a really cold shower and then like leave all my clothes on and pretend that I did that. But I feel like that'd probably be worse. You know? For obvious reasons. Well, hold on. I'm knitting here. Hold on. Calm down. What the hell? That was weird. I was at a weird angle. I was like confused at what direction I was facing. Yeah, I don't think it's a good idea to walk around, to like take a cold shower and then just leave all the clothes on and get soaking wet walking out there. I mean, it's probably a good way to emulate it, you know. You could turn all the lights off and pretend it's nighttime. Put on like ambient like thunderstorm noises. You know, on the speaker or something. I don't think the experience would be quite the same. I think I'd be more frustrated about it than anything. Because then I'd have to, like, take off the clothes and chuck them in the wash machine to put them on spin cycle to get all the water out. Then I would have to go back into the shower immediately and make it hot water instead. That way I can get the warm shower feeling after the fact. Oh yeah, I absolutely beat this up. I have no idea what happened, but somewhere along the lines in my knitting, it has gone very awry. Oh well. I now have a 2-inch long, 2-inch wide thing. Piece of fabric. It is a total of how many stitches? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I've done 7 rows. 7 rows with 20 stitches. Or whatever. It's good practice, but it's not good looking. I guess it keeps your hands preoccupied if you're doing something that doesn't require you to pay that much attention. For instance, harvesting an incredible amount of spinach from this field that I don't own. I guess it makes it sound like I don't enjoy playing the game. That's not the case. I just thought it was a fun opportunity to try doing my knitting and practicing. Because I knew this would take a while. I am cool. I am having a good time with the game, but I just really wanted to try practicing knitting, and I thought this was a great opportunity for it. Okay, try again. There we go. Did I not drop it? No, it's dropped. Why isn't it working? I do wish the AI would stop their weird behavior. There it is, it's going. I don't know why it wasn't going there for a sec there. Oh my god, I dropped 500 frames suddenly. What happened? As soon as it hit 4 AM, I dropped 500 frames. Weird. Weird and suspicious. Yeah, maybe in the future I probably won't take the spinach contract, because it is time-consuming. And I know it'll pay off for like a decent amount of money, but there's just nothing to do while I'm doing this, you know? I mean, I could be paying like 100% attention to it. Going in with like the actual like without the guidelines, you know? Which I probably should do more. I should probably use the guidelines less. I didn't even know about them for the first couple of streams. My friend told me about them at one point. I've been using them since, but I could just stop using them completely, because they do mean I have to pay a lot less attention than I otherwise would have to. Or try a lot less, I guess. So... Oh, I was wondering why my stitching was so wrong. It's because I'm going in from the top instead of... Like, for some reason I swapped it around. I was going in from the bottom a lot, and then suddenly went in from the top, just on that last, like, set, and I was like, why does this feel so weird? Now, how did I miss it? Oh, that's because that's where the AI started. I don't know what I'm going to do with this little swatch. I think I'm just going to have to, like, unthread it eventually and repractice. I don't know how hard it is to unthread, but I imagine it's going to be quite difficult. I need to line up here and then back up, because that was a mess. Or not. Yeah, I like reversed the direction I was doing the stitches in for some reason. What do you do with like swatches of knitting cloth? You just like turn them into a quilt, or do you like get rid of them? Or do you unsew them so you can turn them into something else? Or, like, unknit them? It's like, I'm just doing this for practice, but it'll take a long time to take it apart, and I guess I could just keep on working on it until I'm out of yarn, but I feel like it's not really nice enough to do that. And I didn't have a plan ahead of time, I just thought it'd be a fun hobby to take up. I don't know if fun's the word I would use to describe it, but I'm not having a bad time with it. It's very much a keep your hands busy sort of thing. I'm not sure it's actually, like, entertaining as much as it's just preoccupying. Or occupying. I guess if I had an idea with what I wanted to do with it, it might be... But I wasn't planning anything. I guess I could make a quilt, but like I said earlier, but that would require a lot more yarn than I have, and this yarn's not thick enough for that, I would imagine. And I'm not gonna, like... I guess I could make, like, a cozy for a drink or something, but it's not like it's insulating fabrics or anything. It's just yarn. Well, it's like, maybe it's like if I get, like, a wool blend or something, it might be okay for, like, gloves or socks or something. I guess I could make socks. That might be fun. Knit my own socks. Could make a scarf, I guess, but considering how slow the progress is on this swatch, I think a scarf would be a bit ambitious. But yeah, I don't know. Okay, that's wrong, but I don't care. I messed up another stitch. I probably have 18 now. I'm getting faster at it, though, even though I am messing up. I just find it weird to have to keep threading from below. I think that's probably the hardest part for me, is that I have to keep on threading from below into it. I finished another row. That's probably not... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. How did I go from 19 to 23 in 2 rows? How did I manage that? Is that something you can just do? How did I add more? What? I don't know what I did. Maybe that's what happens when you go from above instead of below? Maybe it just adds extra, like, threads to the row? Is it it's like an advanced technique I hadn't learned yet? I don't know. Okay. I mean, the field's almost done. It's only going to take a few more passes, but boy, is it taking a long time still. I didn't lift the bunker up either. Should have just waited until I got here. There we go. Okay. I do wish I had my music, still. Not that I mind the silence terribly, but I intentionally don't play games like this if I don't have the music to back me up, just in case I run into things to talk about. Or so I can have a slower cadence to my speech that doesn't cause any frustration, because there's at least some amount of music in the background to keep the mind preoccupied while I'm speaking. That way I can have a more relaxed, chill vibe. But it's difficult to do that when there's no music to fill the space. I guess I'll tell the AI to go back to harvesting as before. They're gonna start harvesting in the wrong spot, and it's gonna really annoy me. Why do I have show on whatever? Okay, I think I need to go to the other side. I think it's this, the soup is on the other side. Not the soup, the farmer's market. I could try playing the music again, but I don't know what's causing it to like stop. It's not my internet, which is what I was worried about. Although the internet has dropped another 400 frames since in the last 10 minutes, so internet is being a bit strange. Or OBS, I don't know which one it is. Anyway, anything exciting happening recently? Since I don't have much to talk about other than just my incredible knitting technique, or whatever games I plan on playing in what order, I could start another Star Citizen rant for the next hour. Do you want to go for 5 hours today? I guess I probably will. Pretty indifferent to it. I wasn't planning to, but I'm also not, like, tired, so may as well. And I have to finish up my spinach job anyway, so... Oh. I think the peas are probably done. Yeah, the peas are full. I thought they might be, but... See, this field is going to take a long time because I keep on forgetting to come back to it. I wasn't planning this one to take as long, because this is a very cheap job, this one. Like, compared to the spinach makes a lot of money and has a lot of, like, storage capacity. This one does not have very much storage capacity, but still has the same harvest size, so you have to come back to it a lot. It might have a better value because of how little you get, but... there's so much field here left, and I don't know for certain that I don't think this one would work. I don't think that harvester would work. I think this is a different harvester. I think this is a specific harvester. Yeah, like, it goes pretty slow. Dunno. I just don't know. Since you finish this line, I'm firing you. Turning my guideline back on. Is there any other jobs available that I can have somebody do quickly? No, not really. It's all long ones. I guess plowing wouldn't take that long. See, I don't trust this to, like, actually get the sides. Sometimes it does. I don't know. Yeah, it's a tough one. The, Finding like something to talk about can be difficult occasionally. So I'm quite a yapper, but nothing really exciting or interesting has happened to me recently worth discussing. And I already had my complaint about X4 today, which is what I was planning to talk about for some time. I guess I didn't really have much to talk about anyway, but the, you know, just the game was okay. And I haven't really been playing any other games, because I've been kind of exhausted after the guests and whatnot. I haven't been watching anything for the same reason. It's a really good Stitch. The, yeah, I don't know what Darkest Dungeon's about, really. I know that it's, you know, kind of a grim, dark, tactical game where you have, like, characters that level up, and you have, like, a home base that you, like, level up over time, so it has, like, roguelite elements to it. And I know that you have to, like, fight your way through dungeons, but I don't know exactly what that means, really. I don't know what the end goal is. I don't know what I'm aiming for. I don't know how long it takes to beat. I don't know anything like that. I should probably look at how long it takes to beat, actually, while I'm doing this. How long to beat Darkest Dungeon? 58 hours. Gee whiz. I was not expecting it to be that long. Why does how long to beat changed? How long is Darkest Dungeon? Darkest Dungeon will take you approximately 8 weeks to complete if you play for 1.5 hours a day. Why are you doing that? How many hours? It's like they intentionally made it so you have to click on it, instead of just like having it like show on the front page of Google. How long to beat? 50 to 80 hours, which is long. Okay. So it takes about 50 to 80 hours. That's all I needed. What the hell? Oh, right, because I did part of a row. I see. Anyway, so yeah, 50 to 80 hours. That's pretty significant. I mean, I kind of wanted a short game, but it's fine. What have I done? What have I done here? Nothing. Yeah, I wasn't planning for a game that long, but I guess it's not like 100 hours or anything. Cause like I knew how long oh damn, what's it called? The dungeon Gloomhaven. I knew how long Gloomhaven was. And I enjoyed playing it, but it was really long. Like, and I didn't expect it to be like as long as it was, despite knowing how long it was supposed to be. It took me like 110 hours or something, I think. And like, so I'm trying to be really careful with games that I know are long, because I didn't think Gloomhaven would be as long as it was, and even though I had fun with it, it was way longer than I meant it to be. So I'm trying to be cautious about that. There's games like Oblivion that are long, but it feels like enjoyable and fresh and interesting the whole way through, and I don't struggle, you know. With Gloomhaven, the entire game was like struggling because it was really hard, and it was fun, but it was really stressful. It was a really stressful experience because it was such a hard game. So even though I enjoyed playing it, it was rough. It was rough to play because of that. Okay, I found one of my messed up stitches. I don't know how to fix it, but I found it. I guess I'll just pretend it's not an issue. Forever. Yeah, Gloomhaven was the one that made me be very conscious of how long a game was. Because I know Darkest Dungeon is going to be difficult. I've heard it's difficult. So I want to make sure it's not 100 hours long, so that I don't have an incredibly difficult time for 100 hours. And I guess I could always stop playing the game or put it on hiatus until I decide to play it again. But I worry for games I put on hiatus, I worry that I wouldn't play them often, right? Because how long have I been playing Potion Craft for? I finished that game finally. But I just kept on putting it off because the game was fun, but it was very much just the same over and over again. And I liked it, but it was a bit samey. So I didn't want to play it too often because I didn't want to play the same exact thing over and over again for hours and hours. But yeah, so I want to kind of Backpack Hero is another game that I'm playing off and on. And I like Backpack Hero and I want to play more of it, but it's kind of one of those ones I play as a palate cleanser because it's charming. But it also has mechanics that are pretty similar. Most builds can be different, but they're similar in ways. There's always a risk to try and futz around and try out new builds. Okay, the peas get done way faster than I realize. And I need to keep coming back to grab. I need to move this truck so I can actually see the yellow truck over here. So I stop looking for it. But yeah, so Darkest Dungeon is going to be a long game, but not crazy long. And because it's hard, I need it to be not 100 hours long. Otherwise, I'll lose my mind. Because and Gloomhaven was great, but one of the mechanics of Gloomhaven was you retired your heroes once they achieved their main objective. So you ended up having weaker heroes come up. And you unlocked new heroes, which is very cool as a mechanic, but it means that you had a lot of weak heroes in your party with strong heroes. So you ended up having a harder time. And so nearer the end, I was just kind of trying not to complete their goals because I didn't want to have to swap to a new hero because I wanted my team to be powerful. Oops. Okay, lift your stupid little arm, man. Come on. If you were a real employee, you'd be fired right now. Yeah, so with Darkest Dungeon, knowing it's hard, knowing I don't know if the heroes retire, but I think they can die. So I gotta be careful about that. I think they could die in the other one too. Maybe. I don't remember. But point is, I gotta be careful. I gotta be careful with games, because I don't want to play a game that's too long and too hard at the same time, or I'll just have a bad time. Because, 30 or 40 hours of a hard game is fun, but after about 80, it's a slog. No matter how much I enjoy a game, if I'm constantly struggling, it's Satisfactory. I liked Satisfactory, but it was just a game about me losing my mind as I built more and more factory that was inefficient, while I had to refine it to be better over and over again, constantly. I couldn't do it. So any game that's really difficult for a super long period of time is a no-go. Just so that I don't get upset with it, basically. No matter how fun it is, eventually you need to have a stopping point where you realize that it's a bit too much. And I wish that War for the Overworld was better, because I really enjoyed the game, and I really enjoyed the game it was based off of. but some of those mechanics were just like so difficult to care about. And like I looked up the way you're supposed to beat some of those levels, and a lot of them are like, the levels are like puzzles where you're supposed to like figure out the way the game wants you to play and then beat the game doing this one thing. It was and I like turtling in those kinds of games. I liked building up my base and going from like, you know, getting stronger over time. But it does not reward you for doing that. You have to like puzzle it out and then do this one specific thing over and over again until it wins, basically. And of course the narrator was there the whole time criticizing you, which was really annoying. But the early part of that game was fun. I really liked the beginning of it. It was great when it was like the start. But once it started getting into like the more challenging parts, it was like kind of just frustrating. I find a lot of games kind of fall into that too, where it's like, where difficulty isn't really difficulty, it's just kind of like how much you're willing to put up with. Like bullet sponginess is like kind of a thing that I don't mind, but I can understand is like frustrating for people to deal with. Like if I've got like a really good gun and I'm like, oh man, look at this new gun I got. It's you know, purple, rarity, and level 40, and my enemies are all level 30, but the boss takes 1,000 bullets to kill when normal enemies take like 3. And I'm like, okay, I don't really want to. I don't like this, you know, like I don't mind bullet sponginess in games usually, but there's a point where it gets like a bit absurd. And so there's a lot of games that like I do enjoy, but they do get like their difficulty isn't difficult as much as it's just like do more damage for longer. Like mechanics don't change because that would require you to like, you know, change the game fundamentally. It's just a add more health, do more damage situation. And I don't know any games really that add, oops, sorry, just grinding up your field. I don't know any games that add like more to it than that. I'm sure there are some. But I don't know what they are. But they like add like, you know, oh, now the enemies have like extra moves and stuff. I guess Remnant adds like a bunch of like modifiers to your boss enemies that makes them harder to fight. But those are like elites, not bosses. And like that's okay. Like I don't mind it, but when the enemies get like hearty and like thick skin, so they have more armor and they have more health, I'm like, all right, come on. Like my incredibly strong weapons don't do any damage to you because you take less damage and you have more health. I don't need this. But the other ones are fine. Like I like displacement, that's really cool, getting like teleported around. You know, I enjoy the cubes. They're kind of annoying and they do a lot of damage, but they're fun and interesting. But like, you know, I have complaints even though I like the game. I think the P's are probably done again. So I should probably go check on those. Yeah, they just finished. Okay. Spinach is good. I'm going to sell most of this. I'm going to try and drop some of it into my silo. I don't think I can, but I'm going to try. I think it holds about 6,000 Ps, so I'll have to go trade after this. Because it'll be full even though the tank won't be empty. I do wish that my computer ran Star Citizen better, because I do want to play that on stream. It'd be very fun. I mean, I think it'd be hard to narrate, or talk over, I should say, just because, like, there's a lot... There's a lot to... it's like a lot going... You do a lot to do a little. I don't know how to explain it better. You do a lot of stuff, and very little stuff gets done. So I find that, like, I could explain what was happening, but a lot of it's just going to be kind of like me like sitting in silence between, like, traversal and things. Like, if I decided to do, like, trading, you know, you get up, you grab your tractor beam, you set your boxes up, you start traveling and flying, and then you land and take your boxes off, right? Like, I enjoy that process, but it is just like a zen experience. It's not like you don't have, there's nothing to do, you just sort of get it done. Same with like salvaging, which is one of my favorite things to do in the game. You just like go up to a ship, start zapping its hull, and then once you're done, you crunch the ship and then bring the stuff to sell. Like that's what you do. And like, you know, there's a lot of a lot of steps to the process, but like in the end, all you're doing is making boxes to then sell. There's a lot to do with little. There's a lot to do for little, like to do. I don't know how to explain it. Again, I don't know how to explain it. But it's like I want to play it, but I just don't think I don't know if I'd be able to talk over it the whole time. Because I don't play with other players. I usually play solo, like with most games. I rarely play with other players because I just kind of find it tedious to have to, you know, put up with other people's behavior. Because a lot of times, like, they're fine. Like, most times they're fine. But every once in a while you'll get, like, one person who you're just kind of, like, insufferable to deal with. And has a very specific, like, sort of idea for how people should play games. And I'm not saying I'm, like, 100%, like, free of that sort of attitude myself, by any means, but if I'm, like, playing a game and, you know, I don't want to min-max the money, you know? Like, I'm gonna be like, okay, I wanna scrap ships, and then somebody in chat will be like, well, you know, it's more efficient to just go search for plates out in space, look for signature 16,000, and then you could find big plates in space to scrape all the metal off of, and then you could sell it for the most money, which is probably different now. I imagine they've balanced that, but that used to be how you'd make money. And I'm like, I would rather go find a ship, you know, or pay for a contract claim, you know, and then just do the intended method. It won't make me as much money, but I think it'd be more fun. Especially now that they've, like, supposedly, I don't know if it's true, supposedly they've, like, fixed it so you can actually, I'm gonna see if I can put my spinach in my silo. If I can't, I'll just trash it. Supposedly they've, like, made it so that you can, like, salvage the interiors of ships now, too. Like, components and stuff, which is what they didn't used to do. I don't know why. Components didn't used to sell for anything, but supposedly you can now. But I don't know how true that is. I haven't looked into it. I haven't played that yet. I'm waiting for my friend to want to play before I go back into Star Citizen. I already have barley in here. Can I put spinach in here too? It says start filling. That's not what I want. Okay, so I guess I can't, because I already have something in there. Probably. So the answer is no. My silo can only hold one thing, and right now it's barley. Which is fine. I should probably check on this to see how it is. I didn't check it since I ended the day last time. Does it need weeding or fertilizing or anything? No, it looks good. They're growing. I wonder if I can hold on to them for like an extra day. Well, I guess I'd have to buy a cargo. I also have to buy a harvester to harvest them, so it's not a good thing. I wanted to save up enough money to buy that combine harvester, so I only had to rent the head, but I don't think I'll make enough money with these two jobs. Well, this one's like 17,000, I think, so I might. Oh, 6,000. I thought it was more than that. Oh well. Must have been the other job that I was doing. That one's 4,000. I have 37,000. If that combine harvester is available... Oh, it must have been last... Oh, it must have been last... No, it was. It was right here. It was like... They must have just run out. It was available. Damn. This is an actual song. I need to skip this. This is an actual song. I recognize that. I recognize that tune. I say actual song. It's clearly like sampling and slowing a different song that I recognized as like a famous song. Damn, man, I could have afforded that Combine Harvester. That would have saved me so much money. Oh well, it's gone now. Ah, what a shame. Anybody want me to mow their lawns? I can do lawn mowing. Ooh, a baling contract. I'll take that. Anything else that I want? No. Okay. Let's go grab our peas. This field is still so incomplete. Ooh, I really need to pay more attention to this one. I've had this guy on for such a long time, and they're like they've definitely been idling for most of their employment. That's what I get for not looking at the screen. That's literally it. It's just because I was doing my knitting while I was doing the harvesting of the spinach this whole time, so I just missed the messages that would pop up to tell me that the guy was full up. Okay, yeah, that's the turn-off. Good. I wasn't sure if that was the turn-off or not. I don't know why the tractors do not handle curbs very well in this game. Do tractors have a hard time with curbs in real life, too? I feel like it'd be a bit silly if they did, considering what they're meant to be for. But I guess they're treading around a lot of, like soft earth, so maybe they don't like curbs. Because they're hard and, like, abrupt. And I guess they don't really have suspension much. The cab has suspension, but the wheels don't seem to. So maybe they don't handle curbs very well. Dunno. Never driven a tractor. I always wonder if I should go with, like, the largest bale or not. I always do. Because you have, like, the ability to change the bale size. And I always choose the largest bale size. Because it, it collects the most straw before it, makes the bale and then lets it out. But I do wonder if it's better to go with, like, the smaller ones. Or if ever there's a contract that wants you to do the smaller ones, Maybe, like, for, like me as a farmer, if I needed to bale up stuff, I would have a preference, because I would have to, be able to move it around or something, or maybe it would sell for more if you bunch up more, or maybe the animals would eat more. I don't know, but, like, I feel like maybe there'd be a reason, but it just gives you the option to change the size. And I'm not sure if that's just like a simulator thing where like in real life you can change it, so why wouldn't you be able to in the game? But I haven't found a reason to do it. I just do it because I can, I guess. And presumably, I didn't realize I could change my camera doing that. You'd want to keep the bales small enough to transport, but I mean, I guess you'd want to make sure that, you know, you get all the bales you possibly can. Maybe if you know generally how much you're producing, maybe you'd pick the less. I'm about to run off the things. I found a stitch I missed. Alright, I know it's for contract work. Come on. Okay. Great. Full tank. Let's go ahead and empty that. I keep finding stitches that I've missed. And it's really annoying me. Because I don't know... I can't... when I pull them away, I can't tell. When I look at it from a distance, like, I can't tell. But when I'm, like, trying to do the knitting, it just keeps popping up. Man, I freaking hate this little tractor arm. Whatever, this little combine arm. It's so hard to, like, get it under there, because the AI doesn't lift the arm or put it out further or anything. Like, if they just lifted the arm up until I was under it and then lowered it, it would be fine. But now I gotta do another pass to try and get it. Because it's just a little too low to reach out. Like, they can lift that arm up. I've done it before. You have the capacity to lift it up. It doesn't need to be down there. And see, that's not close enough, man. Like, what the hell? You're fired. Ugh. All you gotta do is drive a little closer. There. Problem solved. This machine's way easier to maneuver than that's tractor is. Okay, I just gotta turn it back on. I do wish I could, like, turn it so I didn't teleport to my owned vehicles when I'm using, like, rented vehicles. Because I do have to keep on flicking through all of my rented vehicles. Or my owned vehicles every time. It's very inconvenient. I guess if I opened up the map and clicked on the one I was trying to get to, it'd be easier. And I guess if I have enough vehicles, that's the way I would have to do it. But I'm still going to complain about it. I don't have anything else to complain about. That's all I'm good for. Complaining. All the time, about everything. That came out of it more negative than I meant. That was meant to be a joke. But, you know, it's fine. But yeah, no, the, yeah, it's just a weird thing to be like to have the button to, like, switch between vehicles, but for some reason it just sort of, like, it goes through all the vehicles you own in the order you get them, I think. Including the ones you rent. But sometimes you'll get the tractor first in the order, and sometimes you'll get the combine harvester first. So you'll just have to, like, cycle through it. But a lot of times a field just looks like a field. So it's kind of hard to tell which tractor you're using. Because the fields are fields, right? And I don't want to use, you know, that tractor because I've already used that tractor, right? I don't need to use the other tractor. I keep trying to start one of these and then realizing that I've done it wrong again. I think I figured out what I'm doing wrong. It's because I keep putting it down before I pull the thread off of the needle, and I try to go back in and do the same stitch again, and then realize that I can't, so I pull it off, and then that gets like an extra thread on the needle. I don't know how to explain that. Basically, what you have to do is you gotta like thread it through. You have like all the threads on one needle, right? And then you poke the other needle through the loop of the thread underneath of it, but you got to go behind the other needle. Then you have to wrap a string from the side around the needle in the back, and then take the back needle and like thread it through the front needle again, and then pull the whole thing off of the needle. And I keep on forgetting to pull the whole thing off of the needle, and then just doing another wrap around and pull every time. So I think I keep adding like extra string because I keep forgetting to pull it off when I like set them down. I just realized I missed a whole bunch because I didn't wait for the thing to empty. I'm spoiled by the other baler I was using. It just lets you keep going. Yeah, I think that this swatch of cloth is a lost cause, but I did learn a lot doing it. But it does feel like it's just sort of full of mistakes that I don't know how to fix. I think I'll probably unthread it and use the yarn for later on a different project or something. Ah, why is it so short? I missed the spinach. Just finish this real quick. I was on my last one for the row. I just wanted to get it done so I could put it away. Okay, now I can get back into actually playing. Guys, this must be frustrating for anybody listening. It's not even playing the game at this point. I'm just doing knitting. All right, get out of my way, Bale. Knitting stream, that's an idea. Well, I talked about it earlier. I don't have like a webcam or anything, so it'd just be me talking while I'm knitting. Which I feel like I wouldn't have enough to talk about to do that. You can show us by tapping it occasionally. I mean, I've been tapping them together pretty often if you can't hear it. The little clinks of metal. Not coming through now. Ah, see, there you go. This whole time I've been knitting, like I've been clinking them together like a couple times just because when I'm like, and like I've been talking too, so it should be picking them up as like me talking too. Like every once in a while I'll just be like doing like this, but I'll be saying stuff while I'm doing it, so it might not be audible over my voice while I'm doing the actual knitting itself. Not to mention the music and the game is also making noise. Those are closer, or you were just not listening? Well, they happen a lot less frequently than that. I wasn't like constantly tapping them together like I just was. They tap together like once every couple of seconds while I wrap a string around. Or like thread it through. But it could be a fun idea, but I wouldn't know what to do. Like again, I have nothing to talk about doing that kind of stream. Like one of the things I cannot stand doing on a stream is not saying something or not talking. So I would absolutely need to find some conversation topics or have something going in the background that I can like pay somewhat attention to. Like for instance, when I was doing the farming with the peas, I didn't have to pay attention the whole time. Speaking of, how's the peas looking? Full. Can I go backwards? No. Oh, Patat's playing Palia. I'm surprised that she's been playing Palia so often. I liked Palia, but there wasn't enough to do for me in it. But I guess it's a very social game, so if you have like a group of friends you play with, it's probably a lot more fun. Wow, damn. That was an accident. I was not that close. I guess it's because the truck's bigger. This tractor. This tractor's way bigger than my tractor is. Come on. Free me. It'd be nice if the AI had brains enough to just back up their damn truck so I didn't have to get out and do it. You're fired. Wow, look how hard that was. Like, I know that's my fault for ramming it like that, but I really do wish that the AI had, like, enough intelligence to, like, try to navigate to a point where it could, like, put the beans in the things themselves. Instead of me having to do the work and then bumping into them and getting stuck on them like that. Like, I know the limitation of AI is, you know, significant, but it is just, like, such a minor inconvenience having to, like, navigate around that little arm all the time. Because I just cannot figure out the size of it. Because when you're approaching it, it doesn't look like it's, you know, quite as low as it is. And then when you bump it, you're like, all right, well, now I'm just stuck here forever. Because it's behind the cab of my tractor and in front of the trailer that I was carrying. And again, it's my fault. Like, I'm not gonna pretend it wasn't, but it is annoying still. I wonder how much damage it would actually cause to slam into a bale like that, because they must be pretty heavy. I mean, they're round, so I'm sure you could roll them, but they gotta weigh like a bunch. It's straw, like, tightly wound into a bundle by a machine. Like, and I'm no telling if they're, like, wet or not. They used to be living plants, so unless they've been left for, like, a long time out in the dry, they're probably still at least a little wet. Yeah, I want to play Elite Dangerous at some point again. Now that I've, like, set my Sidewinder up, got a handle on the controls, I want to kind of go back in there. I want to like, it's really easy to make money now as well. I don't remember it being this easy before, so I want to buy a new ship at some point and try to, like, do some mining and hauling. I don't think hauling is going to be very fun. It's like one of the things I genuinely didn't like about. Oop, pressed E when I meant to press 3. One of the things I didn't like about Elite Dangerous when I was playing it, like, you know, regularly back in the past, was just, like, how often you had to, like, frameshift drive charging. You know, how often you had to do that exact thing to reach a destination to sell goods and buy goods. Like, because, you know, you don't, like, sometimes you only have to travel, like, one system. Sometimes you can sell inside of a system. You know, you just take it to a different station. But more often than not, you gotta, like, travel to a station, like, from the inner sphere that has, like, medical supplies and food in bulk and bring them to the outer edges of the sphere where there's, like, war and conflict. You know, and then that takes, like, 10, 15, 20 jumps, depending on what kind of thing you're running, what kind of ship you're running, and how much cargo you're carrying, whatever. I don't know. Actually, I don't know if being laden with cargo makes a difference. I assume it does. But anyway, you know, you have a lot of jumps, so you have to do that exact same thing so many times to reach your destination. And again, Star Citizen, I want to discuss. In Star Citizen, it takes a really long time to trade, but the Star Citizen trading is you manually by hand, you don't have to, you can pay people to do it for you, but you usually manually by hand load up your own ship with cargo. and then fly to a location that takes like 10-15 minutes because it doesn't take that long. It takes like between like 5 and 10 minutes in hyper travel, quantum travel. And then you arrive at the destination, and then you manually, by hand, offload the cargo. And that's very active and much more interesting than just warping, landing, selling, buying, warping, landing, selling, buying. Like, I don't know. I like Elite Dangerous, but I think it's more fun as a like an arcade space shooter game than it is like a space sim, obviously. Which is something I said earlier, right? I think that Star Citizen's is like meant to be a simulator. You're meant to like simulate as if you were a person living in that universe when you play it. Oh, man, you didn't put the thing out before you left? And it's not like a huge complaint, I guess. It's just like one of the reasons I stopped playing. Because like I just felt like I wasn't doing much. Like the combat was fun. I enjoyed the combat. I haven't tried the ground combat at all. I haven't tried like the close quarters combat stuff. I haven't done any of that. But I really liked exploring and like scanning planets and stuff. I thought that was fun. Back in the day. I don't think I'd like it now, but I liked doing it at the time. And I liked like doing the deep core mining. That was a lot of fun. But I didn't really enjoy the trading, which is a shame because I like trading in games. Trading is one of my favorite things to do in video games a lot of the time. Depending on how well it's done, obviously. Like ArcAge had a fantastic trading system, but you always like that game is PvP on always. And so it was always difficult to make big hauls because it like the folly of a lot of those games, for me specifically, is that they're meant to be played as a group with other people. And I don't have the time or commitment to play with other people a lot of the time because I can't be relied upon to always be present when stuff is happening. Like if I want to get on, play the game, get off. I don't want to get on, contact like 14 people, see what they're doing, like line up plans to do something, then all of us run a trade route together at the same time when we're all able to. That's frustrating and boring to me. It's fun when it's happening, but like I hate the process of getting it going. I don't find that interesting at all. And so when I play like a game, I don't want to like actively do that. So ArcAge was like a real, like it had such a good trading system that I genuinely really liked, but it was so much just getting murdered by randoms because you were playing alone. Like you weren't hiring people for half of your profit to protect you on your trade routes, so you were going to get killed. Like that's just how it is. And that's how it is in Star Citizen 2 to an extent, but in Star Citizen you have a chance to escape. Not a good one, but you do have a chance. Do I want to do this bail contract? It's really expensive. It's a lot of money. I have a little bit of time left, so I guess I will. But yeah, so, I mean, as much as I like Elite Dangerous, the trading system has always been lackluster for me personally. Because I've played other games where trading was better. And like I think the first, like I talked about before when I was talking about trading in games, Mabinogi, which is a Korean MMO that nobody's heard of anymore. That was like one of the first games I'd ever come across that had like an interesting trading system that I genuinely enjoyed playing. I have played better ones since, but at the time, that was really cool. I don't remember how to F. It's F. So, like, if any game I play now doesn't have at least Mabinogi level trading, then I just immediately write it off. If if trading is an option. If that's not like a focus, then it's not a problem. But if it just happens to have trading, it's kind of like whatever. But if it's like, you can do anything, it's a lot. You can do trading, you can do gardening, you can do farming, that kind of thing. It's like, if you want to do trading, it has to at least be as good as Mabinogi's. from 15 years ago, an obscure MMO from Korea. Like, you know? So, my standards are, the bar you have to get over is that, basically. And it shouldn't be that hard to get over. Like, Black Desert had some pretty fun trading systems, but there wasn't enough, like, going on to make it interesting. Like, the groundwork was there, but they never, like, went any further into it. Not really. They did add ships that you could trade with, but you had to do, like, a whole bunch of shenanigans to make it profitable. Because generally, the way trading worked is you would go around, in Black Desert. You would go around picking up cargo from places, checking your map to see who was buying it. Or you wouldn't check your map, you'd have to, like, talk to somebody and they would tell you where it's profitable, that kind of thing. And if you happen to, like, own property in that location, you could see it. Some of that. It's been a long time since I played, so I don't know exactly. But, you would, like, go in, you'd buy some stuff, you would haggle, you'd, you know, get a good amount of money, then you'd deliver the packages, and you'd haggle when you sell them. You know, so you'd get a better deal for doing it, and it would raise you, like, a skill that would make you better at doing that, and allow you to, like, take more cargo and things. People would be like, oh, you're a trader, you're a renowned trader, so we'll let you buy from our top shelf, our premium goods. Like, great. And so you'd just, like, get a cargo, like a cart, you know, and you'd go trading. And you could get better carts and stuff, you would upgrade your carts, which was fun. And I was one of the first people in the North American server to have a noble wagon, because nobody knew you could get a specific resource. I can't remember what it is now. But they didn't, the resource you needed to make the noble wagon was in the second area that they hadn't added to the game yet. But I'd played the Korean version, and I knew that there was this special resource. I think it was an ore. I don't remember which ore, though. There's a special resource you could get on top of the mountain, bordering the edge of the map before you were able to get into the other area. So I knew you could make the wagon because I knew you could get that resource from that one spot on the mountains. And so I was one of the only people in the game that had a noble wagon, because I was one of the only people who knew where to get that ore. And so that was really cool, because I was like number, like, 1 trader on the server at any given time, and, like, number 3 in the North American overall server, you know. Like, I was like up there with, like, the highest of the high traders, because I really enjoyed the trade system. But after a while, it just sort of became like, pick up goods, click on map, go AFK for 30 minutes. Because they, like, nerfed the bandits so that they wouldn't, like, actually, like, knock you off your cart. So you didn't have to pay attention. They made it so that, like, it punished players a lot for attacking you, so they didn't ever attack you, so you never ran out. Like, your goods never got stolen. And, like, those sound like good things, but, like, the part of the reason the game was so fun was because it was kind of dangerous, so you'd, like, you'd, like, make different trade routes to, like, avoid being attacked, right? That was cool. Then they added boats to the game, and then you could do trade routes across the ocean. But there was, like, sea monsters and, like, dangerous, like, happenings in the ocean that you had to, like, avoid. And if you weren't, like, a skilled sailor, you couldn't see the map, so you had to, like, know kind of where you were going based on, like, you know, your compass and whatever. So you had to, like, figure out where to go, and you could, like, you could get turned around if you weren't careful. It was really nifty. But sometimes people would just hang out in the ocean and just attack you on sight. And it was like, all right, well, you need to hire a bunch of people to follow you then, and, like, defend you. But if an entire guild has, like, 4 guild ships and they're just there to blast you to pieces, then no matter how many people you have escorting you, unless you hire, like, several guilds, you're not gonna be able to defend yourself. And it's like, just kind of lost interest in that kind of stuff, because it's like, I can do the ground trading because nobody bothers you, but I can't do the ocean trading because everyone bothers you. And, like, you know, it's kind of the nature of the way it is, you know, it makes sense. The easy way to make money is to ambush the people carrying packages that cost a lot. And, like, it's the same way in Star Citizen, but, you know, in Star Citizen, like I said, you have a chance to escape, and the universe is quite big, so it's pretty easy to avoid people for the most part. You tend to buy stuff and sell stuff to the same general locations, but, you know, unless you're, like, landing on, like, a pirate station, or you're trying to, like, deal in drugs, then you're unlikely to get targeted by pirates for the most part. Still happens, but it's less likely. And most of the time, pirates in Star Citizen will give you like an ultimatum, like, you know, open your cargo bay, give us half your goods, and we'll let you go, or we'll blast you out of the sky. Griefers will just kill you straight out with no warning or, you know, deal. The pirates are fun because they add to the world. They add a level of like realism and interest, you know. But the griefers just outright kill you, and they don't get punished for it. And people are like, no, it's a valid way to play the game. And it's like, I mean, not really, though. Because there's no, like, system of, like, punishment. There's no, like, police in the game, right? They're not going to go hunt that guy down. You have to rely on another player to hunt them down. And more often than not, that person is just going to, like, sign out and go to a different server or something. Or a different account. Like, there's no... Like, in Elite Dangerous, if somebody attacks you, it automatically reports them to the system police, and within, like, seconds, a bunch of, like, pythons and anacondas warp into the zone to attack the person who attacked you. Like, Elite Dangerous, it's dangerous to be a pirate, because you you can't kill people or attack people, or the cops get called. In Star Citizen, it kind of you're like rewarded for it because there's no real punishment for it, and if you're able to kill a big ship, like hauling a bunch of cargo, you can get a real big payout. If I'm trading like 2.5 million credits worth of goods and my engines get blown out, I'm dead in the water. I can't repair that damage fast enough to get away before they blow up in my cargo bay and kill me, or just blow up my ship completely and steal all the packages, you know? So it's kind of a difficult one, because at least, like again, the piracy is fine in Star Citizen. The griefer isn't, but there's like this sort of like overlap between them where the griefers think that they're pirates because they're attacking people, but the pirates are like, these griefers are griefers and they're a real problem to the system, because like it's essentially like, I don't know, like a mugger versus like a stabber. I don't know, like if somebody stabs you and steals your wallet, they get your wallet, but you're also on the ground bleeding. But if somebody's like, I'll stab you if you don't give me your wallet, and you give them your wallet, they run off without stabbing you, right? Like, I know this is kind of a grim like comparison, but like they both get the wallet, but one of them has then harmed you, and is a much more serious issue. Like, but they're punished like the same, basically. I mean, not really, I guess. The pirates don't really get a crime stats, but, you know, you can tell people on the server and then they'll hunt them down for you, that kind of thing. It's like a community-driven, like, thing. But the actual, like, ones who go out of their way to, like, murder people are just doing it because they can, because they find it fun to just make people mad. And, like, a lot of times people will be like, oh, you're just whining and complaining about the game's systems. It's intentional gameplay mechanics. And it's like, it's not an intentional gameplay mechanic, because you only ever see it happening on free fly events, which is when the game is open to the public to play for free, to test it out. It's like, and to stress test the servers, which is what the free flies are for. The griefers only like appear in great numbers when the free fly starts, because people will go kill all the free players in their really low level ships, which is just a really bad way to make people enjoy the game they're trying to play. So it's like just sort of, I don't know. I don't know what the logic is behind it. It's fun to blast new players. Like, I don't know it, but it still happens outside of free flies, but much less often. It's almost always free flies that this happens. And Star Citizen has a lot of free flies. So, you know, there's one right now as well. Like, there's one going right now. So, you know, if you want to try Star Citizen for free, you can play the free fly that's going right now. But It's rough. It's a rough one, because, like, you can't really complain about it, because the game's, like, not finished, which is an excuse at this point, but also true. It's annoying, but it's true. It's not done. Not all the mechanics have been tweaked to the level they intend to change them. And, like, the punishment isn't necessarily important to them, because the game's not released yet, so there's no real need to punish people for doing bad things, because the game's not out. Like, everything is going to get wiped anyway. You're going to lose all your ships, all your money, all your equipment when the game finally fully releases. So, there's not really a reason to address the issues yet. It's fun, but it's annoying. God, you know, I got into another Star Citizen rant. I was talking about, like, trading systems in games. And now I got onto Star Citizen, because it's just such a good... It's such a good game that just is frustratingly spoiled by some situations. They recently made a change to, like, how combat works, and this is me, like, paraphrasing what I've heard, so don't take it, like, to heart here. Take it with a grain of salt, or whatever the saying is, but they recently added, like, an armor mechanic to the game for ships, where if your armor's if you're, like, flying a certain size of ship, then certain sizes of weapons won't be able to penetrate your armor. So if you're in, like, a capital ship, gigantic ship, then a size 1, like, repeater won't do any damage to you. And, like, that kind of makes sense. Like, you know, if a tank gets shot by a pistol, the bullets just kind of glance off, right? That's not going to do any damage. But, like, I still think that it should do a little bit of damage. Not 0, but a little bit. Like 1, 2, 5. If a ship has 50,000 armor, I would like my laser beam cannon to do a little bit of damage, even if it's tiny, you know? Because, like, one of the metas for the game, one of the things you would just always do, which is, like, widely accepted and known, is that fighter craft are incredibly overtuned. So any fighter craft are ridiculously strong. If you ever come across a fighter and you're not in a fighter, you are going to die. Like, that is just how it is. Like, so it's just kind of like, I guess they tried to balance it around that, but a lot of fighter crafts have, like, size 3 weapons, which is, like, I think size 5 is the biggest you can get on non-specialty ships. So they still penetrate armor just fine. And you can still hit, like, critical systems, like engines and things. Like, the armor's not on the engines. So the whole point of it is to, like, stop people from, like, blasting your hull, but fighter craft were the issue to begin with, and they still just target your engines anyway. As soon as they knock out your engines, they can just pick your ship apart by, like, blasting all your bits and pieces. And I mean, like, boarding your ship and then getting on and blasting you, obviously. But, like, that's not here or there. That, like, basically, if your ship is dead in the water, it's over. You just leave it, or you either self-destruct it, or you just sign out. Like, it's very unlikely that you'll, like, want to sit there for half an hour while they walk around your ship slowly trying to wait for them to kill you. You'll have to, like, call for backup from the station, from, like, another player, to come pick you up, because your ship is just done for. And, like, you can repair stuff now, but I'm not sure to what extent. I don't know if your engines get completely busted, I don't know if you can repair them to working, like, levels, or if you can just stop them from blowing up. Like, I haven't played in a while. This is the only stuff I've heard. And, like, it could be great. I haven't played with it yet. I would love to ride, like, fly around in my, like, freaking, like, raft and not get blasted to pieces by an arrow with their size 2 repeaters. But, like, I don't think that they're going to... Like, again, it's my engines being blown out that's the issue. It's not the actual, like, damage they do. But, it's just whatever, I guess. It's fine. It's still fun. It's just, like, frustrating when you're doing when the free flies happen. You just have to be aware that there's a lot of people going around killing people for no reason. It happens every time, and it's so consistent. And maybe it's the new players getting on to test it out and just assuming you're supposed to attack everybody or something. I don't know. Oh, that's my new... I was like, what is that? That's my new cedar. I forgot I bought that. Okay. Well, looks like we're done. I think that's the end of the stream. It's been 5 hours. I got some knitting done. It looks terrible. It's very, there's parts in here that I've definitely missed stitches, and it's very, inconsistent. But, you know, I got a few rows done. That was exciting. I like that. It's fun to learn how to do this. I don't know if there's any more advanced techniques to knitting or something that I should figure out. It's definitely not good looking. It's not like my grandmother's level of stitching. She was able to knit like crazy fast. And also consistent, which I guess, you know, if you're if you're practicing for dozens of years, it's probably different. There are so many advanced knitting techniques. So many, is there? All right. Well, I guess there would have to be. It's been around forever. Well, I've made a swatch of cloth. It is approximately 2.5 to 3 inches wide and about 6 inches long. So I think I'm pretty much the most advanced that's ever been. Nice. Yeah, it looks terrible, but I've done it. I did it. It's bad, but I did it. I know how to knit now, kind of. I will probably continue to knit every once in a while when I'm not working. Although maybe that's not a good idea, because I'm working by drawing, so using my hands even more when I'm not drawing might not be a great way to spend my time relaxing. I don't know. Anyway, I'm gonna head off. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for chatting and lurking and all that. I appreciate it. I'll be back tomorrow playing Remnant 2. The day after that, I will be doing... I don't know. I haven't decided. It'll be a palette cleanser, probably. So... potentially I'll play more, maybe more Quasi-Morph. That could be fun. Maybe I'll do Backpack Hero. Maybe once... I keep saying Once Human. I haven't played that game in forever. My friend was talking about it, so it keeps getting stuck in my head. What is the freaking... what's the robot game with the bugs? The FTL one. What's that one called? Freaking... It's not Once Human. Under the Earth? I don't... I can't remember. Anyway, I might play that one. Into the Breach. I might play that one. I'll figure it out. But yeah, I'm out of here. So, take care. Have a good rest of your day, night, afternoon, evening. Whatever time it is for you. See you tomorrow, and if not, no worries. I'll be back with this probably next week, maybe the week after, depending on what I feel like playing next Sunday. But you never know. Bye-bye!